go. When you had the answer and you were there alone, you left the door unopened when you knew that you would want more. Give it up, give it up, give it away. While you were barely aware, you learned that day. Cut off so much, hardly remained. While you knew that there was still a way. This is your only plan. Oh, now this is your only. Now this is your only plan. Oh, now this is yours. And you're right. You force it to yield. You forge it to the lines. You let your callous be your shield, and everyone will say that it all was finished years ago, but you will stay, and you won't ever let it go. When you had the answer and you were there alone, you left the door unopened when you knew that you would want more. Then again, you found the answer and you were there alone. You left the door unopened when you knew that you would want more. When you had the answer and you were there alone, you left the door unopened when you knew that you would want more. Then again, you found the answer and you were there alone. You left the door unopened when you knew that you would want more.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a good morning, as always. Welcome to Nerdy Live, the best morning show in commentary, because we're the only ones doing it. Because, you know, Peepaw's gone, and do we even count Lolcow as commentary? Do we even count the Lolcow universe as commentary? But joining the show today is the very iconic Samuel. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, you?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm drinking a Red Bull.
Oh, that sounds alright.
So, I want to tackle one specific subject with you because you've been doing a lot of updates on it on your Slop channel.
Yeah.
The Miss Kiff drama, I think, has been very interesting to watch because we see the progression of a streamer who was clearly doing everything they could to stay relevant, to stay within the in crowd, and it bit him in the fucking ass because he had to cover up one of his friend's essay. And and now he's on Kick. He's going against everyone he's ever associated with, especially his ex-girlfriend, which has been recently revealed that she's, if I saw that correctly, she's like redacting her essay claim. She said it was more emotional.
Well, she's claiming in her response to his lawsuit that it's her emotional truth. So she's not retracting it. She's not like walking it back. But she's trying to claim it's her emotional truth. Now, it's scummy. It's whatever you want to think. But to say she's backtracking or she's saying that, oh, this actually isn't true, it would be a lie, right?
Okay.
But I would agree that it's incredibly scummy, it's incredibly weird, and I think it opens the gate for people to falsely accuse people and then say, well, actually, that's my emotional truth. That's what I felt. But it isn't as straightforward when you take a look at the lawsuit response. It isn't as straightforward as she's walking it back. Because that's not what's really happening. When you read the context of it, when you read what's actually being shown, the sources and other cases that they're linking to try and back up this emotional truth, it's incredibly sketchy, incredibly bizarre avenue to go down. But it isn't as simple as just like walking back an accusation and saying, actually, I falsely accused this guy.
Because if it's the situation I'm thinking of, where it's the situation where she claims that she was crying and like Ms. Kiff made a move on her while she was crying. Is that the incident that they're
the
claiming
one
this
where he
essay?
like jumped off her like a cat. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. That like when I was hearing that situation play out, and then he actually like kind of, if I remember correctly, in his initial like response stream which was terrible, especially if he was planning on suing her. Right, taking record that initial response stream, I think was terrible because he was making claims that like, well, yeah, I threw stuff at her, but she threw stuffed animals at me.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
it was a
what?
bad response. I mean, and that's what I've been focusing on in all my updates on it. Is that response really right, and how it's affected him? Because in that response, when he's talking about the essay claim, right, about that situation, he follows her story, admits to her story, and with side of the crying thing, right? He doesn't mention that. He doesn't mention a couple of other details, but everything else he follows to the T of her story, which kind of fucked him over. And I think that's a lot of his response is because he rushed to get on live and did it live for whatever reason, did it in complete rush job. He fucked a lot of things because since then he's completely contradicted his initial response and how he's dealt with the situation, saying it's false categorically, when in his stream that's not something he did. He followed her story to the T outside of, a couple of details like her crying. Which has fucked him over. In Emery's lawsuit response, a lot of like the points that she's putting in there hinges on his initial response and him admitting things verbatim or going against certain things that he's then walked back. His initial response has heavily fucked him over, like everyone thought it would.
Yeah, I can imagine his lawyer is probably very angry with him at the moment. It's like, why? If you wanted to take her to court, why the fuck did you make this response?
Yeah, I mean, even from his response onwards, I mean, he's mentioned us so much on stream, spoken about the accusations, crashed out on stream about it, that it's only just given Emma and these other people more ammunition. It's probably, if you want to win, this is probably the worst way to go about it. Because I think there's this standpoint of his reputation and him wanting to argue it publicly, and then him wanting to do this lawsuit to try and prove his innocence on a larger scale. But you can't have both. You either have to, fight it publicly and not do the lawsuit, or wait and do the lawsuit and then see what happens from that point on. You can't fight it publicly, say all these things, and then try and do a lawsuit, because all the things you say publicly just get weaponized against you.
No, yeah, I mean, he's definitely on. He would it be safe to say like he's just like he's going with a scorched earth mindset. I think he like, outside of like trying to prove that he's innocent, it doesn't seem like he really gives a fuck anymore. I mean, I think that was very clear with his coverage of the Tectone court case, which, by the way, if his court case ends up the same way, you know Tectone's going to cover and laugh at it. Just because Ms. Kiff has already established that he's going to do that to everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, he's what was Miss Gibb saying, like demon time, whatever crap. I mean, he doesn't really care anymore, which is very apparent by how he talks about certain situations, how he's going to bounce the stuff with Emerald. I mean, don't get me wrong, Emerald is a wretched bitch when it comes to a lot of things, especially the most recent stuff with the ICE controversy and her associations, which she's actually ended up deleting that response now for whatever reason. But ultimately, Miskiff has fucked himself with how he's dealt with the situation with his response. At this point, regardless of the truth, how he's dealt with that situation, he's put himself in a box. I keep saying that whilst this situation would have always been big and why people would have always like dismissed Miskiff, ultimately it was his own response that sealed his fate. I do think if he had like waited to craft a better response, if he'd left it a couple of days, a couple of weeks or whatever, to actually be able to formulate a response, I don't think he'd be in such a bad position right now. But by doing that response like a few hours after the accusations dropped on live, he kind of pigeoned himself into like a corner.
No, yeah, because I don't think he had alerts on his response stream, but he was definitely like reading chat as it goes. It's like, dude, you don't need chat in front of you right now. Just give a statement.
Yeah. But I mean, that's how he's gone since when talking about the accusations. He will read chat and feed into it, and he gets rage baited very easily, which has only fucked him up further.
And this whole like the previous controversy that Miskiff was in, that that cover up that about what his friend did. It just shows that that like and that like these situations, streamers will do anything to save their own ass. Because if I remember that story fully, like people like Pokimane and Hassan were kind of somewhat aware of what was going on, and were still like kept quiet about what had happened.
Yeah.
And it's just like, wow, like Twitch is just a mini Hollywood over there, because they just want to save their own asses. They just want to rake in whatever money they can, and not go against the grain as long as it benefits them.
Oh, sure.
Because at the time, OTK was still a really popular organization.
Yeah.
But I want to go to go beyond this point. I want to ask you. So, like, obviously, like a lot of people in this space, initially, they don't start off the bat doing commentary. Usually, they want to do something else. They want to do like game reviews, let's plays, something like art. Even if you're part of that fucking ACC cesspool. So, like, when you started making videos online, what was your initial plan? What did you want to do?
Well, I started in like 2016. It was always a mixture of doing very early commentary stuff and doing, various gameplay crap, reviews of stuff. Very mixed, just awful content. Because I mean, this was 10 years ago, right? I was pretty young, so it was some awful crap. But it was always rooted in commentary. Like through 2017, 2018, 2019, I was always doing bits of commentary. And then I really started getting into commentary stuff more in like 2020, 2021 onwards. Around like, that Dream SMP, like COVID crap era.
Oh god, yeah.
That was always been commentary based.
That was a perfect time to make commentary videos too, because all you have to do was like, all right guys, so Dream did something.
Look, I would argue that you can still do that, right? I've done that many times in the past year. It's been great.
No, yeah, oh god, all you have to do is just play a clip of Tommy Innit bitching about Dream for 20 seconds, and bam, got content.
Yep, it's great.
Yeah, and then so it looks like how your main channel, or is it safe to call it your main channel, the Samuel channel with the 300?
Okay, so like I've got several channels, right? I've got Trash Talk, I've got one about Doctor Who, I've got then I've got two shorts channels, Samuel and Loomis. But I wouldn't call them my main channel, right? I'd call Slopmuel my main channel because it's where the long form content goes. It's where I put my most time in, my most research. It's the channel I enjoy most. It's also the channel I upload on most. So I would call that my main channel. But Samuel was my former main channel like a year ago, right. 2 years ago.
And if I'm seeing it correctly, how you blew up initially through that was doing the early commentary shorts format, where it's like there's a viral clip going around on like TikTok or YouTube Shorts. It's usually pretty dumb from because like I've seen a couple of your shorts prior to having you on, and it's like, wow, these are some of the dumbest like fucking trends on the platform. Oh
no, definitely. I mean, with Samuel, how I got initial bit of traction was through just regular commentary, and then when YouTube Shorts came out, it was very much Shorts commentary. Like I'm trying to compare it to someone.
Just Lieutenant like Beast does a lot of similar stuff.
Well, yeah. Well, that came a bit later, right? Because it started as like just commentary shorts, like what you do, right? Where it's like take a look at a situation in short form. It's sometimes what I do on Slopmuel, right? Occasionally, maybe like once a week or once a month or whatever. But that's how that started, and then I got into more of that like Veshrami like type content, where it's like see some like retarded guy, and make a short that's primarily commentary content for kids, right? But the problem with doing short form content, especially to that extent, is you kind of like kneecap yourself with long form content. Not the long form content on Samuel was ever like doing amazingly well. It was always getting like absolutely kneecapped in the algorithm. But short form made that unviable. and just made doing that channel kind of a slog. And that's why I moved over to Slot Me in the first place, was because there was less stress, because it's like a tertiary channel or whatever.
No,
There's always less stress when doing that, and you can be a bit more free.
yeah, and I think a perfect way of looking at shorts is it's free advertisement for the type of content you do, especially if you're a live streamer. You know, you clip like a segment of your live stream, or like you're in your streamer setup and you just like you talk about this and like maybe advertise you going further into detail on a video or a live stream. I think shorts work perfectly in that format. But unfortunately, we are not at a point now where I think anyone can really be a full-time content creator just with shorts. At least in this community, anyway. I know like there are people who have like hundreds of millions of views, for like casual viewing on like shorts platform, and they can make money doing that, which is good for them. But commentary, as far as like shorts goes, is like a very particular niche.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely do. I mean, it's weird, right? Because that whole Veshrami type of like kids type of commentary, that's still incredibly popular. It still does pretty well. But I mean, you wouldn't want to, like, even if you could still, and I mean, you can if you wanted to, make that your whole thing. I mean, you wouldn't want to. It's incredibly dull, right?
No,
it takes me like.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, it takes me like 10 minutes to do that, right? It's incredibly boring. So, like, that's why I don't get how someone like Lieutenant Beast does that as like his full-time thing. Where for me, that's very much like a tertiary thing now, where it's part of the routine. I make a couple of shitter shorts, and then I focus on Slot Meal. I focus on the actual commentary stuff. Because I mean, if you wanted to, again, there are people that have made it their whole thing, and done pretty successful, and like are doing pretty well. There are some people in the commentary sphere or commentary adjacent, people like Nine Takes, who have managed to do pretty well off shorts alone, and make a pretty good income from it. But it's just boring. Like even if you can, it's just dull. Like you wouldn't want to, because it's just so easy.
Yeah, I mean the reason why I initially started like making commentary shorts is because like, and I'll fully admit this, when it comes to like a regular formatted video, I do terrible when trying to like follow a script. So I usually just like freeform my takes and opinions. So like, unfortunately, the video ends up coming out to like maybe 4 minutes, 5 minutes maybe. So like, shorts, I feel like it's just a better way for me to like compartmentalize all my thoughts and opinions on a drama. But then sometimes I do live streams where I can go about a topic for 20 minutes. So the dichotomy is kind of weird on that, but I digress. But no, yeah, I think for the most part, shorts need to be used more as like just an advertisement for the type of content you can do. I mean, we've seen like creators blow up from it. Like, I know these two creators are not in the commentary sphere, but like streamers like Queso, streamers like iShowSpeed. I mean, they blew up because people were clipping their stuff on TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and then like I think even still now, like iShowSpeed's like what, like the biggest streamer on like all three platforms.
Yep. Yeah, he's massive.
Yeah, but dude, what's funny too is watching TikTok dramas unfold, because like I follow like the comic book community on TikTok, and drama there will start because someone will like say something happened in an obscure issue, and then the stitch that will follow is actually no, it didn't happen in issue 457, it happened in 456, and you're gay and racist. Like they just go down the whole list of ad hominems they can use against someone to make them a bad person.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. But another drama that I've been wanting to get your opinion on since it's happened is the Chud Logic and Diorio split. So when it was going on, whose side did you lean towards more, and who do you think has handled it better out of the two of them?
Well, look, I'm going to be honest, right? I don't mind in interpersonal stuff. but stuff like this, I think, is so gay, right? I think it's so fucking gay. Like, to me, it's not entertaining. There's nothing like interesting going on here. It's just two fat commentators bashing each other, and I don't mind both Chud and Nick, right? I haven't got any like personal issues with them,
Right.
and I've had pretty good interactions with both of them. But my whole thing is I just don't care, right? But if I was pushed for an answer, I would probably say that realistically, Nick has probably dealt with it the best. But I don't disagree with Chud's side. I think the whole actually like fucking Nick and Tom and all these people delayed Tom's response so they can get a Chud is a bit like gay. And I wouldn't particularly say that's the case. But I don't think either one of them is really in the wrong, right? I'm going to take that like fucking like co-conceived Beckett fence-sitting position. I don't think either one of them's particularly in the wrong here. I just think that both of them are former friends who have bashed each other, and I think Nick's an incredibly sensitive individual who can't deal with a lot of like snipes. And then Chud has, of course, reacted when Nick is like, taking shots at him on holiday, and that's pathetic. So I think it's a situation where I think you can point the finger at both people and say, well, this is just pathetic. This is something that's just a complete nothing burger. I mean, I get why people are interested, right? And why people are going to take sides and whatever. But it's just boring, right? There's just nothing. Like, it's kind of just like these two people aren't friends anymore, and they're taking a couple of snipes at each other.
I like talking about it more so just like taking the piss out of it, because like it's a drama that doesn't involve rape or assault unless you look at the Tom section of it in particular. I don't know, like
Sure.
Like and that's another thing too. I think a lot of nothing burger dramas people cling to because a lot of them don't involve rape. So it's just like, hey, it doesn't involve rape, so let's talk about it for a fucking 10 minutes.
Well, look, I mean, if this interests people, they interest people. I mean, there's some absolutely pathetically dumb, stupid dramas that like get my interest, and I like get interested in them. But like a lot of the time with interpersonal stuff, unless it is incredibly interesting and there's like tension there or there's stakes, I just do not care unless it's incredibly retarded. And this just isn't like that. It's just very like middle of the road. There was a couple of leaks. There was a couple of like gay op theories, and that's about it. There's nothing there that really like got my interest. I'm like, oh, I need to follow this. I need to like cover this. Or I need to weigh in on this. It's just like everyday commentary stuff. And that, I mean, at this point, just doesn't really interest me. If it is interpersonal, it needs to have stakes. There needs to be something going on that's just a bit more than we were once friends. He's sensitive, and this is what's happening now.
Right. Have you kept up at all with what? God, what the fuck is that person's name? The fucking the Splatoon commentary kid who was in that call with Himpleton a year ago. Yeah, that person's in. Apparently, that person was in a fucking group, like Discord group chat with people like Wolfgang and shit. And like I was watching Falgi cover that last night. I'm just like, this is all fucking gay. This is all fucking gay.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't kept like a laser focus on it, but of course I know it happened because there was an individual in there called Glass Raven, who is one of the slimiest motherfuckers on the planet. I've had a personal gripe against this person for ages. They were friends with Ace Base, and I don't particularly like this individual, so it was great to see them like get absolutely touched in these calls. But like that's probably like ACC stuff, which I try and avoid like the plague. A lot of the people that I associate with, so people like A-Space, Amos, all these other people, are very like ACC. But I don't like that sphere. A lot of them are incredibly soy. They're people that like, you say retard, they're gonna like rape you.
No, yeah, they said a slur.
Yeah, it's a bad community. But no, I did see those calls there, or some of them at least. They're pretty interesting to say the least. I just think it's funny that people like Internet Adjacent, Jar, ZV, someone like Glass Raven, Dreamer, are all in these one calls.
And it's like, dude, that's a fucking like nightmare blunt rotation of like Discord spurgs. like no work is being done. No work is being done. There's no I guarantee you none of them are gonna like collab with each other, especially now since all that shit got fucking leaked.
Yeah. I mean, I think people are calling them like the Sinister Six. It's just fucking stupid, bro.
The Timu Sinister Six.
Yeah.
They're gonna talk about femboys and furries all fucking day.
Yeah, it's just a weird group of people. But I mean, I just say that it's all people that have been like kind of outcasted from like general main sphere. Like Jar, right? Realistically, I mean, he's a weirdo and a freak, but I mean, he's pretty harmless, right? Outside of him being a bit disingenuous. But all of these people have been like outcasted. You know, ZV through various different means and dramas, internet adjacent through the Parlo stuff, and just bad coverage in general. You know, Glass Raven inside the ACC sphere is incredibly an unreliable narrator, incredibly spineless. So all these people had like kind of nowhere to go, right? So it does make sense that, well, you know, if you've got no other friends, you're going to try and make friends with the other people that are kind of in the same position, same boat as you.
Yeah. And oh god, okay, so I want to rip this band-aid off right now. Okay, the last guest I had on this show, and I ended up finding out was like responsible for sending gore videos to people. You didn't do any weird shit like that behind the scenes, have you? I'm not gonna find out in like a week from now.
I was involved in that situation, but no.
Okay.
No, which actually, I've got a bunch with you, buddy. You said that me, Himbleton, and Ace mishandled the Parlo situation.
I did not actually. That was Skelly and Mythical that were saying that.
Right. Look, my fault. I'll take the L there. Well, Skelly, you know, he can keep jacking off in calls with other commentary people. Right. That's his bread and butter. And I mean, look, if the take is that we've mishandled the situation, look, everyone's going to have different opinions. But I mean, I don't know how.
No, my take was that like if Parlo and internet adjacent wanted to handle this privately, they shouldn't be going to a bunch of people being like, oh, Parlo did this, internet adjacent did that. Like that was my thing. It's just like if you guys are trying to handle this privately, but then you're going to like people who, and you can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but like they didn't even know you guys initially, right?
No, I mean, within that adjacent, we'd had a couple of conversations about drama, right? We weren't friends or anything, but we spoke about like commentary drama, very casual conversations. I tried getting him on my podcast a couple of times, but it just, like, you know, when he was there, it just never really worked out. I mean, Charlie Kirk got shot in the middle of his second one.
Damn.
So, like, you know, they never really worked out, but we weren't incredibly close. It was just like, you know, talk about drama. And that's the same with Parlo, is I was not close with this guy. For all intents and purposes, I don't think he likes me. But when I spoke to him, it'd be about, okay, the pyrocynical stuff or whatever drama, or him doxing himself on Twitter, or, you know, him being just a complete and utter retard.
Wait, he doxed himself on Twitter? Like he personally did that to himself?
Yeah, he had a mental breakdown and just leaked all his information on Twitter.
Oh god, that was fucking what Jalen did too. Jalen just fucking went off and just did a bunch of shit to destroy herself.
So me, Parlo, Internet Jason, and everyone else there, not particularly close people. But you know, Internet Jason was someone that an incredible oversharer, would reach out to people. Again, inviting me to the fucking like group orgy under the pretenses that you know this is like a night out. Do you want to come to a club? Which would have never said yes, because I mean I don't know these people.
Dude, you were invited to the small commentary Diddy party.
Yeah, I mean, like, he invited me under the pretenses of, like, okay, well, do you want to go for, like, clubbing? And I was like, I think about it, not really. I kind of, like, brushed it off. I didn't want to completely shoot the guy down because, I mean, it was, like, an actual offer. It was not, like, you know, at the time I thought, oh, well, that's nice, right? Like, I'm not going to go. I don't know these people. But, you know, I appreciate the offer. But I wasn't going to go with someone like Parlo. I don't really like him. I don't know him. And I later find out that he didn't even know I got invited. I mean, none of these people did outside of Internet Adjacent. But you know, he never once disclosed that actually me and Parlo are like absolutely deep into like a sexual relationship where we're gonna be fucking the entire time. It was just kind of like oh yeah, do you want to go drinks? And then it kind of came out later that they did all this like gay crap and didn't bother telling me.
Right? Did you know they were inviting you to a gay club, or did he just?
No,
he did not disclose that.
No, he didn't disclose anything outside of like, do you want to like get a drink or do you want to go like to a bar or something? I was like, well, you know, that seems like indiscreet enough. Like, doesn't seem like anything like, you know, no one's getting a giant Cinderella out. But I still turned it down. You know, I'm not not interested in going to like clubs or bars with people I barely know, especially commentary people. I have no idea who you are, or in Parlo's case, I know who you are and I don't particularly like you. But yeah, nothing was ever disclosed of like, oh yeah, me and him are in a romantic relationship. This is what we're doing. It was just like, do you want to go to a bar? So it was kind of weird. I mean, he claimed when I pushed him on that, because I was a bit confused, like, why wouldn't you just like say? He was like, well, I would have told you if you said yes. And then it was like, well, I thought, yeah. And then another thing he said, like, that contradicted it was like, well, I thought you'd be okay with it. It's like, well, why? Like, why? Like, I don't know you. But yeah, incredibly bizarre, incredibly weird guy. I think he invited someone else as well.
Oh, that's lovely.
Without telling Carlo. It's like, it's stupid. I think he was inviting like the entirety of commentary. I don't think there was any people that didn't get invited at that point.
Anybody he knew in the UK area, he was just like, yo, you want to come? You want to come?
Yeah.
But
it's just stupid. I mean, again, like internet adjacent, incredible oversharer, incredibly like parasocial guy as well, who gets obsessed. We had, I could probably count the amount of conversations we had on my fingers, and they were all about commentary. Outside of like the last couple of days, where it's like, hey, I've just fought a guy in a park. He sends me a picture of his like fucked up hand. It's like, okay, why? Like, sure.
Why are you sending me that?
Yeah, and then him saying, you were right about Parlo, which I thought, okay, he's probably going to call me and be like, oh, he's backstabbed me, or he's done this, he's done that. Because I spoke to him about Parlo's controversies before, about how, like, I don't know why you're constantly defending this guy at every move. I mean, we now know why.
We don't know
right?
now. We know now.
But I thought, okay, it's going to be that, but I didn't think he was going to be calling me up and was like, oh, yeah, I wanted to fuck this guy in the shower type thing. But yeah, I mean, incredibly weird situation. On the, like, whole mishandling, right? I would always argue against that anyone mishandled the situation, mainly because I never handled the situation. Like that would be like a complete and utter lie. And like I would never claim that I had like a giant hand in that situation outside of internet adjacent being the first person that he called was me. And then outside of that, me sending that screenshot between Avalon that Avalon had sent into a GC that I was in. And sending it to Himbleton and stuff, like going, what is this about? And then Himbleton, shared it to internet adjacent. And then that's where it all went down. But I would never say I had like a giant hand in that situation outside of like the initial bit. And then going forward, it wasn't really something that I like, I didn't make content on it outside of a few tweets and stuff. I followed it very carefully. It was something I enjoyed, and that, like, it was a pretty interesting situation. But it wasn't something that I was like thinking about for content or anything. And I mean, same with Ace. I think, I'm trying to think if he did a stream on it, he might have covered it like once or twice. But it was mainly just on other people's content and stuff.
Right.
The handling of that situation came very much down to Parlo and internet adjacent themselves.
Oh no, they shot themselves in the foot outright with that, because they couldn't shut up behind the scenes. My fucking God.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
I mean, I use this term very loosely. Their quote unquote talent manager, is telling them to shut the fuck up behind the scenes, and these two morons can't keep their mouths shut because they want to be. They both simultaneously want to be the victim. They both simultaneously want to be right.
Well, yeah, I mean, the single biggest flaw in all of that, even when internet adjacent reached out to people, whatever, right? Why would you do that? Especially when Parlo said at that point he wanted to keep it private. But the single biggest flaw is when Himbleton sent that fucking screenshot, internet adjacent, bearing in mind they'd been speaking with each other, didn't just reach out to Parlo or Avalon to clarify. I mean, he could have done that. There was nothing stopping him from messaging, but he didn't. And at that point, that's your own fault. If someone sends me something like, oh, this is a claim or an accusation about someone, I'm not going to immediately run with it or publicize anything I've got against that person. I'm going to reach out to other people and parties involved if that's something I want to pursue, right? I'm not going to just immediately publicize and like jump the gun and jump conclusions. But that's exactly what internet adjacent did in that situation with Parlo, and he absolutely like raped himself. And Parlo raped himself when he decided to go on that stream. It's funny, right? No one particularly likes these two people anyway. So there's nothing like lost here. But it's just, people jump into conclusions and absolutely touching themselves.
And I don't know, it's just funny because it's like these are two individuals. I mean, Parlo kind of did have a career, but like internet adjacent, it's very clear that like prior to all this, he was grinding out videos, was he posting daily, or it was at the very least semi-daily posting videos?
Yeah, I mean, there was at least a video a week. He was pretty consistent.
Oh yeah, a video or two a week, definitely. And it's just like you're fucking doing all this behind the scenes, and this is what boggles my mind. It's like all these fucking like small commentary guys. They want to make it big, but then they do like. I'm sorry, but how many times do we have to see the same fucking Discord drama for you to realize that, like, oh, you know, I probably shouldn't be fucking weird in VCs or group chats?
I'm sure.
It's like you're just shooting yourself in the foot, because it's not like any of that's going to go away. You have to address it at some point or another.
Yeah, I mean, there is absolutely zero reasoning why they handle the situation like that outside their own paranoia, right? I mean, especially Parlo, right? Like, Parlo at that point was dealing with the dupe stuff, a bunch of other situations, the pyrocynical stuff that he was still very much trying to focus on, even though he'd fucked it by that point. So there was no reason why he should have acted like he did in that situation. But he did anyway, because he's, again, incredibly paranoid, incredibly arrogant person. So is IA, really.
And then, talk about this as well. I'm assuming you saw the statement that Tom's ex gave out, that she's recanting all of her accusations against him.
Yeah, I did,
because like obviously that's I think it's safe to say like there was a lawyer involved in all this. I'm wondering what made her cave in and was like, okay, I'll just give out a statement, because like, you know, the last response that we saw from her was that she was going to record all of their messages, and it was going to show that Tom was really, really the bad guy here.
I mean, at that point, because there'd been like some friction between Sacramento and the other accuser, right? I mean, at that point, I do think it's like, well, there's nothing left to do here, like from her perspective. I mean, everyone is saying that Tom's, you know, innocent. He's proven these accusations wrong. Everyone in Kiwi Farms turned against her. I mean, you're kind of put in that position where, regardless of the lawyer, you've been blatantly exposed as a liar, as someone who has obfuscated stuff in the situation, someone who's incredibly disingenuous. Realistically, I don't know what like her releasing anything else would have done in that situation for her. I mean, if I had to bet, of course the lawyer's going to be like a pretty big thing, but probably the reason that she, you know, agreed to that outside of that is, well, like at that point you're not convincing anyone. People see you as untrustworthy. You're just going to dig yourself a bigger hole and just prolong this like situation where you're getting touched. There is nothing for her that would benefit her from not cooperating with a possible lawyer being involved.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Nick said it himself when he had privately told Nick this, like Tom definitely needs to fucking change how he goes about relationships, because it's just like, this is just, if he keeps going after women like this is just going to keep fucking him over. I mean, we had the record a call where she's like, I'm going to ruin your life if you don't keep fucking me.
Yeah, I mean, like he's a complete man whore, right? Right. Somebody who can't keep it in his fucking pants. Which I mean, not saying that if you're a content creator you shouldn't have relationships, but going around like, you know, giving sloppy toppy to everyone and anyone who asks in your fucking DMs probably isn't the best move. Especially because it's so easy to like weaponize messages and stuff. You should probably be a little bit careful with how many people, at the very least, you're messaging, having interactions with, and how they come across. I mean, it's very clear that Tom does think about his perception and his reputation and what people think of him, and how he goes about situations. So I don't know why in these situations there's kind of like that lapse. But I mean, ultimately, you know, go out and date whoever you want, have relations with whoever you want. But maybe just go about it in a more sensible way where, you know, you're taking a look at these people and going, well, this person's completely like a complete freak, schizophrenic weirdo. Maybe let's not interact with these type of people.
No, yeah, because like prior to all this happening, like Tom, I would say more so for myself, but like Tom would be used as the example of like how you should conduct yourself. You know, it's like, don't respond to every single little thing about you. Keep your personal life to a minimum on stream or in videos. And then you just fucking do on all of this. And like, I think like the biggest red flag in that situation was that she knew about his content prior to them getting together, which is why she fucking screenshotted their Tinder matchup. There was a DM from her on her separate Instagram account months prior to them meeting up that she wanted him to cover like a certain video. And it's like, Tom, I'm like, I'm not, I don't, it's not in like a gay sense of like the power imbalance, but like she clearly has an obsession with you. Like you probably should not be messaging her.
Well, because she lied about knowing him, right? To him.
Right. But
And that was the thing. That actually been your first red flag of, right, that's, okay, we're done, right? Because there isn't a problem with, like, because people talk about power imbalances, right? There isn't a problem with someone dating somebody who just watched your content or consumed your content or is a fan of your content. Look at like PewDiePie and his wife, right?
Oh, no, yeah. She started out as a fan, yeah.
Yeah, there isn't an inherent issue there, but it's like the context around that. If she's lying to you and saying, I haven't seen your content, I have no idea who you are, and then it turns out, well, actually, you've blatantly lied about this, then that's a huge red flag and would have been my thing of like, well, I'm not going to be talking to you anymore. I'm not going to be continuing this.
No, yeah.
Because you've lied about that. And that's to do with the YouTube, right? Which would, in my mind, think that maybe there's an ulterior motive there. Well, why would you even lie about watching my content or being a viewer? Why would you lie about that? That seems a bit weird, seems a bit strange, a bit bizarre. And that would set off a few red flags, which immediately at that point, you just cut off that person. You stop that relationship. But he didn't. And that kind of fucked him incredibly like over, right? If he'd cut her off there, the situation probably wouldn't have got to the point where it is now, or where it did get to, sorry.
No, yeah, I think the biggest tell that there's something at least was off about this drama was the fact that the first place they went to was the farms. And I'm not insulting the farms, but you usually when it comes to like a girl who has accusations against a YouTuber, the first place they go is fucking either like Instagram, Twitter, somewhere that's like can be public to millions of people. But she went to the farms.
It's also, well, like with hindsight as well, it's how quickly she went over there, right? It's like what, a day, 2 days after they broke up.
Yeah, like I think like 3 days max. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there is no like, I don't think that was known right at the beginning of the situation. Again, I might be wrong. I haven't taken a look at everything.
No one knew because she had said that they had broken up a month prior.
Yeah, that was it, right? So that's a huge red flag, right? You immediately break up, and she's on Kiwi Farms immediately. To me, that tells me that they're a scorned ex, that they're someone who's got an axe to grind, that they're someone who is malicious, even without all the exposed lies. To me, that screams that, that's bad. I mean, it would give me a red flag if anyone, as soon as breaking up, made a document or an accusation, even if that was valid. Because it's like, well, okay, that's a bit weird. Why have you done that now? Like, it just comes across that you're scorned, that there's an ulterior motive here, even without the context there.
Yeah. It's I'm just glad that drama's over with. Although that being said, we gotta like have a betting pool going. Who's like the next big commentator that's going to be accused of rape?
Okay.
Because what prior to Tom, the last big one I think was Quite, and I understand he's kind of moved away from commentary content, but he still does it off and on. Tom, Quite, the problem is there's no really big commentary channels anymore that really does content because it's Tom, and then everyone else is either like fucking Sense of Society type or like they do stream highlights shit.
Yeah. I mean, there are loads of commentators around and people that are doing well. But I mean, it's always hard to gauge who's going to be the next like big person. I mean, and at this point as well, I don't think there's anybody that like, I mean, immediately comes to my mind in the main commentary scene that's like, people want this person gone. People wanted like I'm Alex gone, for example. People didn't like that guy.
Oh no, yeah.
People wanted like so many of these other commentators have had like huge accusations against them gone. And then someone been surprised. It's where like, I don't think there is that at the moment. So I think it's incredibly hard to gauge who's going to be the next. But there probably will be, right? In the next year, there'll be another one. No one that gets some accusations, no one that fucks up massively. It's just waiting. At this point, my bet, I want Adam McIntyre to go. I hate Adam McIntyre.
Oh my god, yes. I'm so tired of I am so tired of hearing his voice. Anytime he's involved in like a drama, which I know mostly now is like the H3H3 stuff, but like whenever he gives a take and I have to hear his voice, I'm just like, shut the fuck up.
Well, I called out Adam and a couple other people because there was a clip that resurfaced of a podcast to do with like you won't know these people, but there was someone called Average Harry and another content creator called Lexi, who they're very like friends with the whole Brighton Minecraft group. So also people like Tommy in it, Tubbo, all of them people. But they have a podcast and they had Adam McIntyre on. And for whatever reason, Adam McIntyre throughout this whole thing, incredibly obsessed with Dream, like talking weirdly about him. And then you've got this guy called Average Harry who says that like fucking George Not Found should kill himself. And like, you know, genuinely like going for like 20 seconds talking about how he should do it and that you'd be happy based on the false accusations of Katie Bucks. All right. And this clip started circulating and I picked it up and it blew up. And people like Lexi or whoever like started getting angry about it, speaking about it on their podcast or whatever. But Adam McIntyre, for whatever reason, ended up picking this up and making a video in response to me about it. And the entire time was labeling me as like a misogynist. I was saying that I'm a misogynistic guy because I was making fun of like Lexi because she was posing in the background of this entire clip. And like trying to look, I don't know, like good looking or whatever. It was really weird. But I got called like misogynistic for not having her name in the description or at times not saying her name. And it was incredibly bizarre. Only in that situation, people came out on my side, especially on Twitter and other platforms. But Adam McIntyre is such a disingenuous weasel. I mean, I've seen that they've got into a bit of a spat with Rosanna Pansino today over a clip to do with Rosanna's podcast.
Yeah,
because she's got a podcast with Olivia.
Yeah, and which I I saw some of that and I was a little confused because like is Rosanna cool with Ethan still? I know she was on his podcast about like the fucking hide and seek bullshit.
See, I don't know because like in that clip, like Olivia says, right, I haven't been on the H3, like I haven't been there for 6 months. Clearly talking about the job, right? In the context, we're talking about the job. We're not talking about if she's been on the show. And then, you know, Adam McIntyre quote tweets that as like, well, actually, you are a guest here. It's like, well, no, you're being disingenuous. That's not what's being claimed here. But like from the clip, I didn't think that Rosanna had like an innate issue with someone on H3. That's not the vibe I was getting at all. But in that situation, for whatever reason, Adam McIntyre, I say for whatever reason, Adam McIntyre's an incredibly dense individual anyway, but is acting like they weren't talking about like them being employed there. Rather than Olivia just being on the show at some point. Because it wasn't like, oh, well, Olivia's never been on the show since. It was very clearly like, I haven't been there in 6 months. Like, I haven't been at that job for 6 months. Again, it's so stupid. But it's genuinely like the battle of the most disingenuous, like people that love misinformation. And in this one, fucking Adam McIntyre's winning. Because for whatever reason, they can't read any context clues. They're winning as the biggest retard there. It's great.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like, part of me wishes Colleen Ballinger came out on top in her drama, just so that way he would shut the fuck up.
Bro, it is fucking Colleen Ballinger doing the stuff they did to Adam McIntyre is the worst thing they ever did because they gave Adam McIntyre a platform.
right?
Arguably the worst. Like you gave Adam McIntyre a platform. For alone, you should be like gunned down, right? For that alone, it's like actually fucking heinous. I forget about all the other stuff. The fucking like shit apology with the ukulele. That is the worst thing that Colleen Ballinger ever did was give this absolute tard a platform, because their coverage is so bad, man. Their coverage is so bad, so disingenuous, and it is just moral like effing for the sake of moral effing and like grandstanding. There is no reason for Adam McIntyre to be covering a lot of the things they do in the way they do, but they do it anyway.
Very
and it's
old
just
school T channel, which I hate with a passion.
And they are very ingrained in that like whole very disingenuous fake side of the UK YouTube scene. So people like Tommy in it, Tubbo, all those like special people. And also I think that there's that one person, again, you probably won't know this person, but an individual called Eleanor Neal, who dated one of these Minecrafters, and she's also incredibly disingenuous. It's just a group of people that are incredibly disingenuous, people that spread misinformation, people who buy into false accusations incredibly easily. It's just probably one of the most wretched parts of that scene. Just awful. I'm praying on Adam McIntyre's downfall.
For God, for real. And the first time I ever heard of Adam McIntyre was when. Now this was like a couple months after the call, like after the Eugenia Cooney drama with Belle Pastel and all of them. Willie Mack covered it back in the day. But he had
Yeah.
made a video like Colleen Ballinger was mean at VidCon, and it's like this, and like I'm live reacting to this with a guy by the name of Tech Saint. He does some thumbnails for people in the
Yeah, that's
community.
excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was just like this is utter bullshit. This is utter bullshit.
Yeah.
Because it's like, what's the drama here? It's like, oh, you heard from someone, and someone said that like she was mean. Oh no.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm just like, Xylee. I don't know if her position has changed on him, but Xylee gets real. You know, she's been co-hosting for like the lol cow shows nowadays. She would always be like, that's my baby, that's my baby. Xylee, you pick the worst motherfucker to protect you. You pick the worst motherfucker.
No, for sure. Yeah, I mean, half of that scene is incredibly wretched, right? Incredibly disingenuous, incredibly wretched people.
Well, I am Alex was like the same way, right? Where he was just like you like he was like from what how like Tommy C and like Nick would describe it is like he would like tell everyone in his group to like they had to like get in line with what he said, otherwise he would make a video exposing them or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm Alex is another one of those incredibly disingenuous people. Somebody who you look at his coverage and he's just awful. I mean, again, I'm Alex is somebody that people were rooting for his downfall for ages, all right? And I mean, when I publicized my video about it, I mean, I just stumbled across the Alice TikToks. I really didn't think it would go anywhere. Bar me making a video just saying, you know, don't jump to conclusions about what people were saying in the comments. And then from that moment, it spiraled when I spoke to Never and Alice. But people were, I mean, incredibly quick to jump on the Alex stuff because no one liked Alex, right?
Oh,
I mean,
no, yeah.
even if they were false, the narrative was that even if these accusations are completely false, Alex deserves false accusations against him because he's perpetuated so many, and there's no sympathy there to be had. Which, look, for all intents and purposes, I don't particularly disagree with. If you've pushed several false accusations and you yourself then get a false accusation against you, I'm not going to exactly feel sorry for you. I'm not going to feel like incredibly sympathetic towards you or your cause, because that's kind of karma.
Oh yeah, karma's a bitch. He should have known better.
Of course. Yeah, exactly. I mean, of course, those claims weren't false, and he blatantly lied in his response. But you know, it is what it is.
Well, plus too, it just helped that we had like iconic clips like the fucking brick clip on his Discord. It's like, yeah, dude, we're gonna take your side after you just admitted that you wanted to like bash her head in with a brick. Yeah, that's totally gonna work in your favor.
Which he never addressed. One of the first mentions he ever did of that brick was when I baited him about him saying brick phone, and he like had a mental like crash out on stream.
Oh, yeah,
and just started, like,
because he
laughing.
was streaming there for a little while trying to get money.
Yeah. After his response, he was streaming pretty consistently, and I would go in there occasionally and like troll him. Like Nick did it a couple of times and stuff, and he would fall for it every single time. And he got into like quite a bit of shit because he would just like start having like breakdowns on streams, like maniacally laughing. I remember there was a claim, and this was a thing that like he kept actively responding to on his Twitch streams. There was a brick emoticon of like getting smashed through a screen, and people like tried saying that, oh well, this is actually like brand new, and he just crashed the fuck out about it because it wasn't brand new, but he just crashed the fuck out about it. And he left after a while because he just kept getting clipped, mainly by me. I kept clipping him, but like he kept getting clipped and like touched on Twitter and other social media platforms, and no one was like jumping to his defense. No one was like there to actually watch his stuff. People were just there to troll and shit on him. I mean, I think at most on Twitch he had like 30 concurrent.
Oh wow,
there's a
really breaking
screenshot.
the numbers on that one.
Yeah, and he left. What I want to say, almost a year ago now, because it was like a couple of months after his response. And he posts occasionally now on Instagram and stuff, and that's about it. I have no idea if he'll ever come back to making content. I can't personally see it because as soon as he comes back, people are just going to jump on that.
No, it'd have to be under like a new identity. He would have to hope and pray that no one recognizes his voice.
which he's got such a recognizable voice, and like that situation was so big even outside of that, and how prolific he was beforehand anyway. There was no feasible way he could do that without getting caught, unless he does like AI. Unless he's using like an AI voice and like other crap, or like paying someone else to do it. There's no way he's actually like going to be able to successfully make content and come back without immediately having like a bunch of stuff put up against him.
No, yeah, because I don't think he's ever going to get like a sponsorship ever again, because it's like all you have to do is just send the sponsor the fucking clip of him saying the N-word, clip of him threatening his girlfriend. Yeah, no business is ever going to want to work with him realistically ever again, unless it's Mythical.
No
maybe Mythical will hire him.
Oh, bro, yeah, Mythical, I like that up. But yeah, no business, no respecting business, no self-respecting business would ever like go with someone who has been not only accused of that anyway, but has been exposed as lying. I mean, literally, like, especially the whole kicking thing, like kicking her. There's that clip where he's literally admitting it and breaking down in tears, admitting it, but in his response, he completely lies about it. He's just a disingenuous weasel. I mean, in his response, he even actively lied about me and how I went about that situation. There's no reason to. All the situation was incredibly public, and I defended myself in my first video talking about his response. But he was just trying to look for anything to try and discredit anything going on in the situation, and every single attempt failed. Like, don't get me wrong, Alice, like, with the whole N-word stuff cropping out certain things, all right? Like, what wasn't a great look. But consistently, she proved that Alex lied, what Alex did. It's probably one of the better cases I've seen where an accuser had her head screwed on, right? With the evidence, with her claims, how she went about it. One of the only lapses in judgment was the whole N-word thing and how she went about with that. But then in the grand scheme of things, it's just kind of like, that's a bit bad. But then when you look at the whole picture, when does anyone ever bring that up? Because how fucking concrete everything else was against Alex. And that last document screwed her. Because for a while, I knew from behind the scenes that she had a bunch more on Alex that she was waiting to drop if she needed to. And that she had all this and that she wasn't going to drop it. And, it all depended on the police and all that other stuff. And then she eventually dropped it. And that's what she dropped in response to Alex. And that completely crippled him. He never addressed that document, that like fucking insanely long document she did in response. He never addressed it on stream. He said that he was done. He wasn't going to look at it. He wasn't going to cover it. He wasn't going to do whatever. Which completely kneecapped him because everyone would just keep going on his stream and telling him to look at the document.
But what was surprising was the last guy I would suspect to like both sides that drama. Both sides did. Lewis McClung. Have you heard of that guy?
Oh, I have heard of Lewis McClung. Yeah.
Dude, his fucking video on that was fucking hilarious because it's like, well, guys, both sides might be bad.
Yeah, he's awful. Lewis McClung's awful. And then he had the ghoul as well to get involved in the Danky Jabbo stuff with Cataclysm. And push this whole narrative about like Danky Jabbo working with Alex or being friends with Alex still, based off incredibly minimal like evidence of your thumbnails are similar, and you follow this guy online. There is a bit more to that behind the scenes now that I found out, but what they ran with is just a complete false accusation.
No, yeah, because they like I don't know. I feel like when you're trying to like not even just make fun of a guy, but like when you're actually trying to like ruin his career, I feel like you gotta come out with a heavy swing, and all it was just like you made a joke about the annoying orange. You have similar thumbnails.
It was absolutely fuck all. It was pathetic. And that only like led to people taking a closer look at Lewis McClung's coverage of like Pumpkin the Gentleman and all these other situations. And the video he released straight after on Dream that was incredibly bad, like talking about the Technoblade stuff and just how he went about it and the perpetuation of false claims. He completely nuked his channel. I think what he does now, he's like a library guy. He does books.
On a different channel.
Yeah.
And I think you just stick to that. Just stick to books. Maybe get into some TikTok book drama if you feel the need to talk about it.
Yeah, exactly.
But okay, so before I have you go, there is one more drama I wanted to pick your brain about, was how Brandon Buckingham's been handling the situation with Purple Perry. So I'm on the camp where it's like he didn't need to respond because like outside the people who were like politically against him, the majority of Twitter was on Brandon's side when that clip of Purple Perry came out. So like there was no need to make a video responding to him whatsoever. The video just really, it felt like a way to shell out his Patreon, even though he didn't have any real video topics to like do because he's mostly like a travel guy. Because like I think there was like 4 instances throughout that entire thing where he's like advertising his Patreon, which I get it. You know, you lost some Patreon supporters because of your health and not making videos. You need to get those back up. But like, I don't know, you gave Purple Perry attention, which is what he wanted to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, on that, a lot of people said, well, Parry's won here. And I mean, I think that if you're talking about in the short term, 100%, right? You got insane viewership, whatever. But Brandon Buckingham stuff is going to follow him forever, right? I mean, Parry's a guy that trolls, jokes, right, baits. That's his whole thing.
Yeah.
But if he ever wants to do something more than that, that's going to follow him forever.
No, he's forever going to be known as the guy who like said that Brandon was faking medical stuff when he wasn't.
So even if he gets touched, right? Even if he gets like, wins like primarily because Brandon Buckingham's responded to this, that's something that's always going to follow him and kind of kneecap him if he wants to do anything else. It is kind of touched. So I don't necessarily disagree with the whole thing of like, well, Brandon Buckingham shouldn't have responded to this, or he should have, or whatever. But I think my stance is, well, like if Parry ever did want to take things more seriously or move away from the bit and the stuff he does currently, I feel like you do kind of get kneecapped in your credibility because people in the generalized audience, at least, will always know him as the guy that like said this about Brandon Buckingham. Even if it's a bit a troll, whatever, it kind of just it follows you at that point because it's been publicized to such a large degree. So yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree that, well, Brandon Buckingham, like, got cucked by Parry, right? Kind of lost it because he played into it and responded and gave Parry a bunch of views and a bunch of attention. But in the long run, that stuff is going to follow him forever. And I mean, I don't think Parry could ever then switch to doing stuff seriously and be taking stuff seriously outside of what he does at the moment. Because people would just go, well, like, this is the guy that did the Brandon Buckingham stuff. That's something that kind of follows you. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a double-edged sword there for Parry and Brandon Buckingham.
No, yeah. I'm more because like my thing is just like, okay, well, like if he's handling like this situation the way he is, like I'm curious of like if like God forbid he gets into like an actual like bigger situation with another content creator that actually has some backing, not like a Sneeko type, because I know he's handled the Sneeko situation before. But like, I don't know, I feel like if he doesn't conduct himself better in situations in the future, it could end up blowing up in his face. Because he like, and I get it, he's a family man. He doesn't like comments about his wife and kid. But if he starts responding to like every content creator that like starts making jabs as family, I don't see it working out well for him.
Yeah,
could end up being a lolcow.
So I don't think he's going to do that, right? Like, I get the point of view, but I don't think he's going to do that because I do genuinely think it's like, I need money, I need views.
Oh no, yeah, I'm hoping.
Let me just respond to this guy. And if you want to say, well, you've responded to bait or whatever, that's fair. I mean, he says that in his own video. That's what he's doing. But I mean, I don't think at this point he's going to just respond to anyone that like shits on him or criticizes him or jokes about him or trolls about him. I think because that would be pathetic, right? That'd be the point where it's kind of done, it's kind of wraps. But yeah, I mean, Brandon Buckingham with this is a double-edged sword. I mean, I think people have kind of responded to this in a way as well because I mean, he just came off the back of fucking doxing that bitch that accused Tom, right?
Oh no, God, yeah, that whole situation.
Like this, Brandon Buckingham isn't exactly the most like great guy, most reliable guy. So I mean, as soon as you do stuff like this, and you're like, even if you're acknowledging that you're responding to something that is most likely bait and a troll, you do kind of cuck yourself there.
But yeah, Samuel, thank you for coming on the show for a little bit. It was great having you. You picking your brain at some of the situations that's been going on. Do you have any video projects that you're working on that you want to shout out for the slap?
No, yeah. I mean, I'm just doing the usual stuff on there, really. You know, covering situations, trying to do daily uploads and stuff. It's just the norm, really.
All right. Well, the stream's going to continue because I do have some other topics that I'm going to talk about. Like there's some D&D stuff going on right now that I'm going to be reacting to after you leave. But I'll keep linking your channel in the chat so that way people can check you out.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for coming on, guys. If you're new to Samuel, you know, like if you're watching the VOD, go check out his stuff. He makes some pretty entertaining content, and follow him on Twitter because he updates drama situations as they go on. Like, what's the latest drama that you updated us on? Oh, the Rosanna stuff of Adam McIntyre. Yeah,
Yeah.
two retards, right? I love that. But yeah, thank you for coming on. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, no worries, man. Enjoy your stream.
Thank you. But yeah, that was Samuel. Thank you for coming on. But guys, don't worry. This is also a catch-up stream. Because obviously I wasn't able to do a live stream Thursday because of work, unfortunately. By the way, dude, that day, the reason why I ended up not doing a live stream was because, let's see, that day I had made the mistake of waking up at like 2 a.m., right? And then I continue my shift, and then they're like, oh, and then I hear, oh, wait, so-and-so is not showing up to work, right? And the person's a closer, and they were actually giving out overtime for once. So, like, obviously I have to take advantage of that. The downside was I stayed up for fucking 24 hours because the store closes at like 2 a.m. I didn't get home till like 3. So yeah, it was fucking hell. And dude, by the time I was even conscious of anything Thursday, it was like fucking like 6 in the afternoon my time. So it wasn't really worth streaming. But don't worry, that means we just have a very long show today. Now, the first drama I want to talk about is the TikTok psychic
and Ashley
drama.
says there was none because Rebecca had.
Oh, you know, as soon as I open the video, I pause it to make sure that it doesn't play, but it continues to do so anyway. But let me get this going. But yeah, we have a summary of the TikTok psychic drama because she's in court right now. I did cover this, I want to say like a year or two, over 2 years ago, because there was that murder on campus and she was trying to accuse someone of being the murderer, but she ended up being an entirely different person. And now she's being sued in court because of it. And because the person I was watching covering all this was a Tozy, but now we got Marky, who's made a video on the situation, so let's see what the update is.
Right, so if you are a frequent viewer of this channel, you might notice some things have changed around here. And I would love to say that my money has increased massively and I have bought a place that looks like this, but that is not true. Which is where we currently are right. And that's a official day or day. Is that on? It is very hot in Singapore, and if I didn't have it on, I would noise and editing. Actually an update on a situation we spoke about like 3 years ago at this point.
Was it 3 years ago? God damn. Okay, it was not 2 years ago. It was 3 years ago. Fuck.
And in fact, this is definitely the most requested video that I've had in some time because it's involving the TikTok psychic, or Ashley Gillard, or Lord Ashley G, as her TikTok
Lord Ashley G
username says. Now, if you're completely unaware of this situation, I am going to give a bit of a fast recap. It's going to miss out some key details because this is a recap and I want to get into like the newest update, which is a big update. But yeah, just a quick recap to kind of remind you or let you know where we are at this point. So Ashley Gillard is a TikToker who basically became known as the TikTok psychic. And what Ashley would do is post videos claiming that she could use tarot cards to find out who has committed crimes. In one case in particular that Ashley decided
as you do, As you fucking do. Guys, that just makes sense, right? Using tarot. What dude, the fucking what was it? The Eugenia Cooney drama that also had like tarot card readings. But dude, like tarot cards is like a fun, like working, oh, like this will tell your future type of thing. But like, it amazes me that people will still take tarot cards unironically seriously. It's it's like, dude, outside of like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 3 and the Persona franchise, I do not give a single fuck about tarot cards whatsoever. But I'm not psychic, so maybe I'm missing something from there. Maybe I'm missing something
to talk about, and has resulted in this whole situation that has only just recently reached a bit of a conclusion, actually a big conclusion. It's actually a case that I'm sure most people have heard about, and it's the Idaho University students who were unfortunately murdered a few years ago. An absolutely heartbreaking situation. Like, it's impossible to even put into words how horrible of a situation this is. And Ashley decided to go on to upload a load of videos, like over 100 videos, talking about the fact that she knew who committed these crimes.
No, yeah, because it wasn't just one video. It was just her like ranting and ranting. Like, no, it was I want to say she was accusing the professor, right?
Now, the problem being here is that it wasn't based on evidence. It was based on the fact that she was this like TikTok psychic who could use tarot cards, and the tarot cards told her who committed these crimes. And as you can imagine, based on that, she was very wrong. She ended up accusing someone called Rebecca Schofield, who was a professor at the university.
Hey, hit the nail on the head. There we go.
And again, this was based on no evidence, but for some reason, Ashley Gillard seemed like she was adamant. She would post things like this on TikTok, like Rebecca Schofield fantasized about Kaylee. She then acted on her desire and pursued Kaylee.
No, yeah, because she had she made a whole Hallmark movie in her head. It was like, this is the type of shit where it's just like the murder has like a romantic obsession with like the character, and like they pursue them and it doesn't work out, so the result is murder.
Kaylee romantically. The romance abruptly ended. Rebecca suspected that Kaylee was dating someone. She was afraid she'd be exposed for dating a student. This is all information that she claimed she found out through tarot cards. People, of course, would comment on these videos saying, like, do you have any evidence? And Ashley Gillard seemed to take, like, great offense to that and say, like, why would I need evidence?
Rebecca Schofield ordered, planned, initiated, and executed the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students. Although she did not do it with her own hands, like I said,
She didn't do it at all.
She hired.
No, yeah, because initially she was like, no, she murdered them herself. And then when the actual murderer was found, she was like, oh, well, like she didn't commit the murder herself, but she hired someone to do it.
With a promise to pay in different ways, Jack DeCour.
Who's also innocent.
People have been asking me for evidence, and I think that is the most ridiculous thing that I've heard.
Yeah, so you can actually hear me talking a bit over the video because I've had to take this from my previous video on this situation. But yeah, I mean, as you can see, Ashley Gillard is adamant that she is correct in the situation and thinks that anyone who is wanting to see any evidence is ridiculous. Ashley will then go on further to post videos like this one, saying Rebecca Schofield is going to prison for the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students, whether you like it or not. Obviously, at this point, Rebecca Schofield decides that she's going to sue Ashley, as you would in this situation. I mean, someone on TikTok posting 100 videos claiming that you committed the worst possible.
No, and at least the first initial couple of videos went viral. I mean, there was a reason why Atozi was covering her to begin with, you know? So yeah, these are fucking slanderous claims. And usually we have the stance at like content creators, for example. It's like, oh, you shouldn't be suing people, you should just make content on them. But like, obviously this is different. This is a professor at a university. So yeah, some random lady on the internet is fucking slandering you over shit that you did not do. So yeah, sue this woman into oblivion.
Crime with zero evidence. Of course, it was going to end up in a lawsuit, and Ashley seemed very confident about this.
I think this is how y'all want me to feel about a measly ass $75,000 lawsuit that I'm gonna win. Oh my God. Killer Rebecca is suing me.
Yeah, ironically, we do hear say things like a measly $75,000 lawsuit that she's going to win. As we'll see later, both of them things turn out to be untrue. It wasn't 75k, it was a lot more, and Ashley didn't win, as you can imagine. Now, at the point of these first videos, no one had actually been arrested, right? So we didn't actually know who was guilty of these crimes. All we knew is that Ashley was accusing someone with no evidence. Now, eventually, as you may know, someone did end up getting arrested and charged, and is currently in prison for the rest of their life. Now, you would assume after there being an arrest, Ashley might think to herself, okay, maybe I got this wrong. And in fact, she kind of went the opposite way, because not only did Ashley continue to claim that Rebecca was guilty, she actually went on to defend the person who had now been arrested for these crimes, Brian Cole.
Of course she did. Because why not? Why not accuse someone and then defend the actual murderer? Why not do that?
Burger.
It's completely disgusting and a new low to me for them to blame Brian Kohlberger. One, because he's different.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that
He's different. He's different. He likes the birds. He's different.
they didn't blame Brian because he's different. They arrested him based on evidence. It's crazy how that works. And I mean, look at the text on this video, by the way. It says, Kohlberger isn't guilty of murder. He's being falsely accused and framed. So at this point, the situation's just getting...
Dude, the fucking professor is using her influence to... She's using her influence, man. She's evil. She controls everything.
even worse, right? Because not only is Ashley falsely accusing someone of murder, she's also defending the person who is guilty of murder. So yeah, that's kind of like a brief recap of the type of videos that Ashley was uploading at this point. Again, there was over 100 videos. Now, I, like a bunch of other YouTubers, made videos talking about this situation because, I mean, as you can see, it's wild. I still actually can't believe this even happened.
No, dude, yeah, TikTok dramas are usually pretty fun because, you know, it doesn't involve assault or rape or anything. This is just I mean, unfortunately, it does involve a murder, but, you know, we're not talking about the murderer. We're talking about a crazy lady on TikTok that is just making wild accusations and, like, expecting us all to take her claims as fact. I think that is hilarious.
Happened. Now, of course, since making those videos, Ashley has been involved in a lawsuit. She's being sued by Rebecca Schofield. Obviously, right? That's how it was always going to go. But that hasn't stopped Ashley publicly speaking about the situation. In fact, within the past 24 hours, Ashley has posted like 15 more videos talking about the situation.
Of course, yeah, because, oh my god. Do you think she's being legally represented? Do you think... Do you think the lawyer that's representing her has any hair left? Do you think he's like me? He's bald now? Because it's like, just imagine, right? Your client is fucking just making an ass out of themselves, posting TikTok videos constantly about the situation. Okay, well, maybe she's legally representing herself. Who knows? Usually people who are crazy like this often do that.
Which we'll take a look at in a bit. But before we get to Ashley's newest videos, let's actually talk about this lawsuit. So as we can see on this article by IdahoStatesman.com, it says Tarot TikToker must pay $10 million to professor she accused in Moscow murders, jury said.
Oh my god, no fucking way. No fucking way she has to fucking pay $10 million. There's no way she's got that cash.
So yeah, when we heard Ashley talk about this measly $75,000 lawsuit, as you can see, it's a bit more than that. $10 million. Now, I am going to take a look through this article and go through some of the information that we have here, but I do also want to mention that a YouTuber called Atozi actually went to the court hearing for 3 days, I believe, and made like multiple live streams talking about it as he was literally there. Now, I don't want to take away from Atozi's videos and just kind of take points from those videos, so I would recommend checking them out if you do want to get like way more information than what I'm going to mention here. One thing that I did find interesting is that he actually mentioned that I was personally mentioned at court. He didn't really go into too much detail as to why. I believe from what I could tell, it was like Ashley talking about the fact that she has faced like backlash because of this situation, I guess, and she mentioned some YouTubers like myself and Atozi and Matt.
Dude, that's fucking funny. I one day hope to reach the status of being mentioned in a court document in a YouTube drama. I hope that someday. In the context of like, so this person was talking shit.
mad catser. And in fact, that isn't the first time that Ashley has mentioned YouTubers like myself. She actually made a video a couple of years ago saying that she was going to be suing me.
If I can get some of these other things cleared out, I am suing everybody who defamed me on this platform, YouTube specifically. Not suing YouTube, but the people on YouTube who, it was like Marquis, Tozy, they...
Marky, a Tozy.
They weren't Americans, but I'm sure there's a way for them to be sued for what they...
A Tozy is American. Marky clearly is not. If you can't tell by the accent already. But fucking hell.
done. Everybody who defamed me is getting sued.
That is so fucking funny coming from her, who, by the way, was defaming a who was defaming a university professor, accusing her of murder. Oh, now she's like, oh no, you're all defaming me.
Or they're gonna get letters from my attorney, and I will get an attorney for that, because after this, I'm taking a break.
And in fact, ironically, in this video, Ashley says the reason why she is going to be suing me and Atosi is because you can't go online and spread misinformation.
Whenever I get an attorney, we're gonna have to have a conversation on how I'm gonna handle these people who also defame me on YouTube. Because just because you hear something and that doesn't mean it's true. So you don't get to just get on the platform and spread misinformation because somebody else told you. You're held liable for your actions. You're held liable for the things that you say.
And yeah, obviously it goes without saying that is incredibly ironic. But yeah, either way, let's actually take a look at this article and go through some of the key points here. So one thing straight away, which is a crazy bit of information, is that Ashley Gillard actually represented herself in court.
Of course she did. Of course she did. Because any normal lawyer would go, hey, so like, you shouldn't be posting videos constantly about this. You should just keep your mouth shut.
For this. I mean, as we can read here, it says Gillard, who made her first visit to Idaho and represented herself at trial, believes herself to have psychic abilities and testified that she read tarot cards to try to help solve the shocking homicides that upended the rural college town and generated international attention. It then goes on further to talk about how, like, Ashley Gillard posted a bunch of videos accusing Rebecca Schofield. But yeah, with a lawsuit that is clearly incredibly large, I did not think that Ashley Gillard was actually going to represent herself in court. I do remember her actually mentioning that she was going to do this. I didn't think that was actually going to happen. I thought that someone is surely going to advise her that that is a terrible decision, but I guess apparently not. Well,
they probably did, but she was like, nah, I got this. I got this. I am a psychic. I will be able to defend myself.
People probably did mention it, but maybe, I mean, clearly Ashley thought it was going to go a different way. The 7-member jury, composed of 4 women and 3 men, ruled unanimously for the dollar figure directed to Schofield. The bulk of the sum, $7.5 million, is for punitive damages, which are intended to punish the defendant and deter her and others from similar behaviour in the future. The remainder of the damages were compensatory, meaning they covered actual losses, including economic costs such as medical bills and non-economic costs such as mental and emotional pain and suffering. Now, looking further in this article, it does go on to mention that Ashley Gillard ended up taking to the stand to represent herself, goes on to mention some of the things that she actually spoke about. For example, it says, on the last day of the trial, Friday, Gillard presented her defense and called just one witness herself. The unique situation played out similarly earlier in the trial when Schofield's lead attorney, Wendy Olson, a former US attorney for Idaho, presented the plaintiff's case and called Gillard to the stand. Gillard then cross-examined herself in a question and answer format before jurors. It then also mentions that Gillard said she watched YouTube videos to train herself to read tarot cards. She practiced on herself, and by watching...
Oh god, so like it wasn't even just like another psychic taught her. No, she learned from YouTube videos, because that's always a good qualifier of a good psychic, right? Is if they're just fucking constantly watching YouTube videos about tarot cards. Guys, I'm a nuclear engineer. I learned from watching YouTube tutorials. Fucking hell, man. This could not have happened to a more moronic person.
watching reality TV shows to predict their outcomes, she said. And here's the thing, as I've mentioned throughout this whole situation, using tarot cards isn't the problem here, right? It's the fact that she actually used tarot cards to make an incredibly serious claim, which is obviously disgusting on so many levels. It's disgusting to do that to Rebecca. It's disgusting to do that to the students and defend the person who actually did it. Like, the whole situation was disgusting. It's not the fact that Ashley Gillard likes to use tarot cards. It's the fact that she used tarot cards to make such disgusting claims. And yeah, as we saw with Ashley's previous videos, she wasn't even like making these videos in a way of being like, oh, you know what, it could be this, it could be this. Like, she was making it seem as if she was like 1,000,000% confident. Now, the article goes on further to say that Gillard told jurors she tried to gain access to case information but was denied by law enforcement and court officials. Also noted that Gillard's attempt to gain more information, including a records request to Moscow police and a motion for access to documents in the Kohlberger case, weren't submitted until 2025, nearly 3 years after she accused Schofield and after Kohlberg had already been arrested and in one case admitted guilt. Yeah, so as we're actually going to see with Ashley's newest videos, she is saying that the only reason she really lost this case is because the court and Facebook specifically, she mentions, wouldn't give her the evidence. So the fact that she
Oh God. Yes, TikTok psychic. That makes perfect sense.
she couldn't get evidence from like social media platforms and the university is the reason she lost, and it's not due to the fact that she made ridiculously serious claims with no evidence. In stark contrast, Gillard's closing denied any impact on Schofield. The Texas woman said she was serving the public by using her videos to get justice for the victims of the murders, and claimed her accusations against Schofield were justified. It is reasonable in my shoes, I believe Schofield to be part of these murders, Gillard said. It is reasonable for a person to want to warn the public if they think there is a killer on the loose and is still part of the community. Any suggestion that her life was interrupted was her own choice. So yeah, I think it's clear to say that Ashley still doesn't think she did anything wrong, which is incredibly worrying. I mean, the fact that she says that she was using her videos to get justice for the victims of the murders, whilst at the same time literally defending the person who has been arrested and sentenced to 4 life sentences because of this, like, it doesn't make any sense. None of this makes any sense. Now, like I mentioned, since this, Ashley has uploaded a lot of videos, specifically about 27, 28 videos.
Of course. Why not? Why not just dig your grave further down? Why not, Chad? She's winning. She's one response away from winning.
She's uploaded like a series that is up to part 26, but then there's also like a couple of videos that just aren't numbered as on top of that. So yeah, it's about 28 videos in the last couple of days. Now, I'm not going to go through every little thing that's mentioned in these videos. A lot of it is kind of repeated, and a lot of it also doesn't really have to do with like the case itself. But I am going to go through some of the key points, and we can see what Ashley's response to this outcome is. So yeah, going through these videos, it becomes very clear that Ashley thinks that she didn't get a fair trial, and it was supposed to be impartial, but it just wasn't.
People are coming to my page to see my response or to get information regarding how I feel about the $10 million verdict that was awarded to Rebecca Schofield. First, my thoughts are it's just slightly irritating because I was ready for this to be over. I wanted to receive a verdict that was fair and impartial and based on the evidence. And unfortunately, that did not happen. And because the jury could not be fair and impartial and base their decision on the evidence, we have to keep going.
Yeah, so when Ashley says that they need to keep going, I'm assuming she's talking about like an appeal at this point. She does mention like in another video that she doesn't know she is going to appeal it because she doesn't trust like the legal system. But either way.
Well, unfortunately, you're gonna have to start learning to trust them, because dude, dude, I bet you too that the professor has probably given her an opportunity, like, hey, like, I'll let the lawsuit go if you like just take down all your videos and never mention my name again. But she was like, no, you're guilty.
Anyway, she says that it wasn't a fair trial. I'm not really sure how she thought this was going to go. It seemed like clear to everybody how this was going to go. But yeah, it does seem like, and I do believe that Ashley genuinely believed that she was going to win this case and that she wasn't going to face any repercussions. I mean, that's kind of what she said throughout her videos, right? A measly lawsuit that she's going to win, but to everybody else, it just seemed like that was never going to happen. Now, this is where we start to hear about a juror that Ashley mentions in a lot of these videos, so I'm not going to play every single one because a lot of it is just repeated. But basically, she says that one of the members of the jury was biased due to their working relationship.
So my first question is about juror number 5, who works as an attorney for a firm that works with Stowe Reeves, which is the firm representing Schofield. He also had cases in the past where he worked directly with Schofield's attorney. So how did they get him on the list of jurors, or how did he get on this list? First of all,
Yes. Just go ahead and just start making videos about how the jury, the jury is against you. I'm sure that's gonna persuade them into hearing your opinion even more. Yeah, you're doing great stuff here.
and second of all, he should have been excused for cause, because obviously he's going to be biased if he is a partner with Schofield's attorneys in many other cases, and currently his firm is partnering with Schofield's attorneys in other cases as well. So it's partners, essentially.
Yeah, so like I mentioned, this is something that Ashley mentions a lot throughout this series of videos, and she claims that there was some bias here because of people already knowing each other, or a working relationship. And yeah, to be fair, that's obviously not supposed to happen when it comes to a jury, right? They're supposed to have basically no connections to a case. Now, obviously, I do need to say here, I don't even know if this is true, right? Because we're hearing this from Ashley Gillard, and obviously Ashley has said some things that are very untrue previously, right? But if this is true, maybe Ashley's going to try and...
No, yeah, I mean, there's the whole fucking lawsuits about how she keeps saying untrue things.
use this information to, a retrial, I guess? Is that what she's going for here? I just think this is one of them cases where this could go to trial a million times, and a million times out of a million you would get the same result, because it's just so obvious. Now, another thing that Ashley mentions throughout these videos is that there were no damages. So obviously in a lawsuit you have to prove damages, and Ashley says there was none because Rebecca had a bunch of support.
Okay, she had no damages. Again, she was promoted at work, so she can't say that she lost money or opportunities at work. So that turned out to be a lie. In the docket, she said she lost opportunity at work. When she filed the case, she said she lost promotions and opportunities at work. But it had only been 20 days since I made the statements when she claimed to have lost promotions and opportunities at work.
Yeah, I mean, Ashley uploaded over 100 videos for millions of people to see, accusing someone of murder with just no evidence. Are you surprised that there's damages there? Are you surprised that that would affect someone's career? Now, as we're hearing, apparently Rebecca actually ended up getting a promotion at some point, which, I mean, good. It's the least she deserves.
No, yeah, dude. I can't imagine what was going through her head when she's being accused of murdering students at her job. And clearly there was no evidence to support that claim, but still, I imagine that's very emotionally distressing nonetheless, right? Because I bet you, as much as fun as it is to laugh at this TikTok psychic, you know there are people just as crazy as she is that believed what she was saying and probably harassed her to some degree.
But I'm very confused how that would prove that there was no damages before that. And also, can you imagine, being Rebecca in that situation, knowing that there are, millions of people that have seen videos accusing you of murder? You would be scared to leave the house, right? Anytime someone looks at you, you'd be thinking to yourself, oh, shit, have they seen this video of someone accusing me of these, disgusting crimes that everyone is aware of? Going through his videos, it seems like Ashley believes that Rebecca was just, smooth sailing the whole way through the situation and kind of just brushed it off straight away and just thought to sue for the sake of it, something fun to do. In another video, Ashley then talks about a mental health professional who spoke at trial and apparently said that Ashley unalived Rebecca, and Ashley's took that very literally and started talking about how that's clearly not true because Rebecca is here. And I feel like she might have took some things out of context here.
Mental health damages. So her mental health professional was so senile. She testified in court that I unalived, physically unalived, and she said, we use the right word in court, Rebecca Schofield. And I'm like, she's right there.
No way they said that. No way.
She's not unalived. She's right there. She was so senile and she could not admit her own wrongdoings. that she would say ridiculous statements like that.
Okay, so yeah, a couple of things. I think she's took that out of context. I highly doubt that the mental health professional, as Ashley says, was saying that in a literal sense. But also, like, the irony, right? She's calling someone senile for accusing her of murder. That didn't happen. The irony. Now, in another video, Ashley goes on to talk about the possibility of appealing and kind of says that she doesn't really trust the legal system, so doesn't know if she's going to be doing that. And also goes on to talk about like the punitive damages and the laws behind that and how she's not actually going to be sued for a total of $10 million. It's going to be less than that, but she still believes it's too much.
Like, the trust in the legal system for me has gone substantially down due to my experience, not just with this case, but others.
Oh, you poor disenfranchised woman, whatever shall you do? You know, this is truly un-American. We should be allowed to accuse anyone of anything, no matter what. I mean, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? Justice for the TikTok psychic.
But also, the maximum for punitive damages in Idaho is $250,000. So that will reduce the verdict to about $2.75 million or something like that. Even so, then that's too much because she wasn't actually damaged and I did not act with an intent to harm or maliciously. I was just trying to help.
Yeah, I feel weird even like making a comment about this and like making a rebuttal against what Ashley is saying. Like the fact she's saying that there was no damages and that she was just trying to be nice, you know, she wasn't trying to like be malicious while she literally accused.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to be malicious. I was just trying to accuse you of murdering your students. And when people called me out on it, I doubled down. Yeah, guys, I wasn't trying, I swear.
Is this someone of murder in over 100 videos? Like, how the fuck is that not malicious when there is no evidence? But yeah, like I said, it feels stupid to even try and give like a rebuttal against these videos because it feels incredibly obvious, and it is to 99% of people. But yeah, we obviously have to talk about what Ashley has said here. Now, as we get towards the end of the series of videos that Ashley has uploaded, it does seem like she's going to be trying to call out the legal system, and specifically talking about this whole like jury situation, how juror number 5, as she mentions, was actually biased because of a working relationship. And she says because she's mentioned this online, they are actually now trying to silence her.
$10 million verdict, part 22. They're working very hard to silence me. They sent an email to the judge and the judge's assistant, basically trying to request for them to silence me.
This is fun.
To silence me about juror number 5, who displayed evidence of bias against me. And to silence me in general. They don't want me talking about what happened in this court case. But I'm not gonna be silent, not anymore. I'm not gonna be silent about my rights being violated. I'm not gonna be silent about a jury full of bias and a $10 million verdict when the plaintiff had no damages.
And in fact, in the final part of the series of videos that Ashley uploaded, she mentions how Rebecca had like so much support on her side, but they still had to cheat against her.
She had her job to support her. She had the case in Idaho of her peers, of state of her peers, not my peers. I didn't have witnesses. I didn't have lawyers. I didn't have money given.
Okay, well, whose fault is it that you didn't have a lawyer, though? That's your own fault. You decided to legally represent yourself. That's not on anyone else but you.
To me, I didn't have a state. It wasn't even in my state. I didn't have a jury of my peers. Why did they also have to cheat? That's why I'm ranting about juror number 5, because they did. Why did they also have to have someone that they knew on the jury when they had everything else?
So yeah, as we can see, it seems like Ashley's going to continue uploading videos about this whole situation, and is probably going to try and take some further steps. I don't know what that entails. She's obviously mentioning about like reporting this information to whoever and see how that will go. But overall, what we do know at this point is that Ashley has been sued, and it looks like unless she appeals it, we have actually reached a conclusion. The conclusion and the verdict being that Ashley Gillard must pay $10 million to Professor Rebecca Schofield. But with that all being said, I would love to know your thoughts
Come on, guys, stop trying to silence her. Right, exactly.
in the comment section down below on this whole situation. Did this play out the way that you thought it would? Did you think it was going to be maybe more money, less money? Is there anyone who thought that this case was actually going to play out in Ashley's favor?
No, there was no fucking way it would. You would have to be fucking insane to think she was gonna win this at all. Because it's not even that she was speculating, right? I guess it'd be one thing if she was like speculating, but what she did was she just decided to double, triple down, made over 100 videos on the situation. Yeah, no. She absolutely got what was coming to her. Entails, she is a furry zoophile as... Did I say entails or did he say entails? I probably misspoke. Me misspeaking on this podcast is infamous. But okay, guys.
Oh, hey,
Guys,
want to
we
hear a
have
story?
what the Okay. So Pretty Idiot. This is another topic that Pretty Idiot sent. And it's about a D&D drama, and this is the first thing I see. This is the first thing I see. Pretty Idiot, what the fuck? What did you send me, Pretty?
Oh, hey, want to hear a story? So, we brought up Min-Maxed before. I mentioned this brand new D&D podcast during the Shadiversity episode, and many of you were very happy that I was just using them as a transition to talk about martial arts creators. At the time, Min-Maxed were not involved in any drama, so there was no need for me to continue talking about them. Well, I'm talking about them now. Yeah, if you're unaware, Min-Max is, like I said, a brand new D&D podcast, but its special gimmick is that it is bringing together martial arts creators from across the...
Oh, okay. Like this guy right here, the guy on the left, not the left, the right. I watch a lot of his videos on TikTok. I think they're pretty entertaining. I am conflicted already. Food shops. No, for real. I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at?
The world. People who swing swords in real life are now going to be swinging swords in Fantasyland, which I think is a neat idea, though it isn't cheap to get all these people together. So the channel heading up this effort, Sell Sword Arts, they opened up a GoFundMe and got over $100,000 to make it happen. What started as just a little one-off idea for a D&D game is now going to be a full-on channel and show. Within a
I mean, that's cool.
day we'd hit our goal, and then we doubled, tripled, quadrupled that goal, and now this isn't just a tiny little D&D project anymore. This is gonna be epic.
They're planning multiple seasons, built a whole set. This looks awesome, and I myself was really excited to see how their work panned out.
Okay, but what will be the issue? What will be the issue, chat?
Last week, they released their first episode, and I thought it was pretty dang solid. Not perfect by any means, but I enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to seeing whatever they do next. I moved on with my life, and then I got this DM on Instagram. Would love your take. I feel like tea is brewing in some way, shape, or form. No
Okay. You're using T. You're using T unironically here. Oh. I'm already. I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical already.
Knowing you probably already know about this, but would love to see you cover this if anything more comes from it. Contained in this DM was a video by Duke from One Shot Questers, a YouTuber with almost 1 million subscribers. He doesn't normally do drama content, so him making a video called "I'm Done Being Scared to Speak Up" with the words "This is pathetic" and the cast of Min-Max front and center, I was concerned. Something really bad must have happened to push this guy to make a random drama video.
Or, he felt like he was slighted in something minor, probably. I don't know. Let's see.
Well, I checked out what he said, looked deeper in the situation, and yeah, nothing terrible was happening behind the scenes. Something terrible was happening right in front of my face, though. A YouTuber, One Shot Questers in particular, a YouTuber in the D&D space with almost 1 million subscribers, was clearly gatekeeping this community and attacking a brand new podcast for almost absolutely no reason. This hit piece by Duke is one of the most misguided and idiotic videos I've seen posted on YouTube.
Okay. So what's this guy's name again? Let's see. What was his name? Let me go back here.
And yeah, nothing terrible was happening behind
Because before we get into
random drama.
this, because I'm sure there's new stuff added here, I am gonna see the original video.
On Instagram. Would love your take. I feel like tea is brewing in some way, shape, or form. Knowing you probably already know about this, but would love to see you cover this if anything more comes from it. Contained in this DM was a video by Duke from
One-shot questers, okay. Well, let's see if the video is up in the first place, because usually in these situations, the video gets taken down. One-shot questers. So yeah, let's see if this guy still has that video up. I'm hoping he does. If my internet will actually not be slow. Thank you, internet. Thank you. Please don't be slow. Don't beat the short bus, internet, please. Nope, he still has it up. 5 days ago. It is 27 minutes long. Wait, did he change the title to just a dot? That's so fucking gay. That's so fucking gay. What? Hang on, I'm screenshotting that bullshit. And it's not a glitch on my end. It's just dot. That's just the title. It's dot. Ooh, you're so fucking dramatic. You're so fucking dramatic. What the fuck? Yeah, it's just dot. That's fucking gay as hell. Yeah, I'm tweeting about it because that deserves to be made fun of. Because as we saw from their video, clearly he had a title for this. This motherfucker really tried starting D&D drama and made the video title dot. I'm sorry, but that deserves to be made fun of. It absolutely does. But anyway, let's watch this guy's original video. Let's see if he makes any decent points.
This is going to be a video that if you've been a longtime viewer or someone who just joined in, I do apologize because this is going to be a video that I have never made before. Why? Because I've always been a nice guy.
Did I miss an announcement about the Ms. Kiff Asmund and Emmy lawsuit? No, I haven't gotten into that yet. I talked to Samuel about it a little bit during the interview portion of the live stream.
And I have been labeled as a nice guy within this community, within creators. You know what? That's fine. I have enjoyed that title. I have been proud to hold that title. I love this community dearly. I love the people here because you guys have supported me and you guys are just a terrific group of people. And I care about you guys so very much. I'll also say with this video, I know a lot of people might be like, oh, great. He's going off again, making something that
And they responded to him? They responded to him on the Mid-Max channel itself. Okay. Sweet, we have some fucking drama. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
that is more around algorithms and numbers and things like that. Just stick to what you're good at. Stick to what you're passionate about.
Then what the fuck is Miz doing touching anything to do with anyone involved? He's going to blow that case? Yeah, no. We talked about that. Me and Samuel was like he should not have made his initial response whatsoever. He should have just either proceeded with the lawsuit privately or made a more professional statement.
Well, guess what? I'm passionate about this community. I'm passionate about the people that I love within this community and the people who have supported me in this community. And I am sick and tired of seeing creators and events take advantage of this very vulnerable community. It makes me so upset, and I am tired of being nice and not saying anything. I am tired.
Dude, he's unleashing the rage inside of him, okay? He feels it deep within. He must confess that he feels like a monster, okay? No more Mr. Nice Guy. Inside you are two wolves. I'm sorry, this is funny. This is funny. Okay. Hopefully he has some serious points to make, but if this is all over fucking them starting a D&D show, this is fucking cringe.
Tired of not saying anything when people have come up to me telling me what really was going on behind the scenes and whatnot, and being like, well, you're a nice guy, so we can trust you because we know you're not going to tell anyone what we really think. Well, I'm going to tell people what they really think because I'm tired of this. The Convergence, yeah, that event that was hosted back in 2022 by some of the most biggest TikTok creators back then in the D&D space, some that are very like, oh, we're wholesome and we love you guys. You really want to know what they said about you guys behind the scenes? You really want to know how they viewed you? Because I'll freaking do it if they end up pulling a stunt like that again. You want to know where your donations went to that charity stream for that one D&D creator that put it on? Do you want to know why?
What are you talking about? You were just ranting. Go into detail. What are you talking about?
It was so weird that you never saw a receipt from that donation and suddenly they're on vacation? Because I got the receipts. I have the DMs, and if any of these creators decide to try to pull a stunt like this again, I am calling their butts out.
I'm going to quote Stewie Griffin, unleash the beast all over this guy's head. What the
I'm
fuck?
yelling. I am frustrated. This is 6 years of pent-up aggression, and this is unfortunately the thing that broke the camel's back, and I am...
Dude, they went a step too far.
Frustrated. I am sad.
Holy shit, he is out of breath and he is genuinely upset. This is either going to be the most pathetic or the most interesting drama ever.
That this community keeps getting taken advantage of.
Oh my god, he's crying. He's crying. He's crying over D&D.
Because I've met so many of you, and you're all wonderful. Sorry, I didn't feel like I was getting emotional, but I'm getting so much off my chest right now. If you don't know what Min-Max is a D&D production started by a group of...
When did Billy the Fridge lose 400 pounds? Billy the Fridge just fucking cut all the hair off, got himself a goatee.
short form creators who are very athletic and also who focus mainly on like showcasing weapons and things like that. It was very exciting. They put out this video saying, hey, we want everyone to get together. We want to play D&D and we want to like show people what we can do together. And you know what? That's a really cool idea. That's super awesome. When I showcase this information that I'm about to dive into with Min-Max, I want you all to know that this has nothing to do with the creators that were asked to join Min-Max. This has everything to do with the ones who are producing Min-Max.
Which I believe is the, forget the official name of their channel and branding, but it's the guys who like, you guys might have come across their videos before, but it's like, they do videos like, this, like, a popular series that they do is, like, going over, like, anime weapons to see if they would actually be effective weapons to use in real-life combat.
Much of what I'm going to say is based off of my own experience putting this type of productions on, and I will also do my own due diligence to point out faults and my own mistakes that I also made when trying to put on something like this. This is not an attack to stop the production of Min-Max. This is a call out on mishandling supporters' hard-earned funds of over $100,000. I want this project to succeed for my friends, the ones who are a part of this, and to the fans who donated. What I'm about to provide is in hopes that this production gets to the level that we were told it would get to. And if I'm proven wrong and they did do more in future videos after episode 1, I will be more than happy to take this video down, make a video offering an apology, and go into detail what I like about this production. With that all being said, let's jump into this first slide, shall we? And as a graphics person and how I go about things, I see things a little bit differently when it comes to graphics. I worked at a graphic design place for a year.
Dude, graphic design is his passion.
And it taught me so much. It taught me everything that I needed to know about creating product or like graphic design within production. So this first slide is their layout, $100,000. And there is 52% dead space on your screen if you're watching this video. There's 80% of dead space without the VTT on screen. You don't believe me? Here it is. That is all you see with the creators.
What? Why not do it now? Right.
And this is everything that you see for everything else.
Why are you... Okay, 80% dead space without a VTT, 52 dead space with VTT.
There's no reason why each of these shots need to be so zoomed out and why these creators...
Okay, so... Am I getting that right? Your issue is the graphic design? You don't like their backgrounds? Okay. Okay, you don't like their backgrounds. Okay. You know, graphic design is your passion, so... okay.
You know, the creators that people wanted to see play together are so little. There is...
I mean, if you're watching on your phone, I can see why that would be annoying. Let me go to their channel real quick so that way we can like see it for ourselves, you know. Let's go to their response video. Let's go to the channel.
Hey guys, it is the Sellsword crew who are...
Yeah, Sellsword Crew is the name of the ones responsible for this. Okay, so let's go to the Min-Max channel. And I mean, okay, so it looks like they have official art done too of their characters. I mean, let's just... Okay, it's a 2-hour session. Let's watch the intro. Let's see the production value, and then we'll look at like the layout.
This project started as an excuse for us to play D&D with a bunch of our friends from the internet.
And then you blew us away with an overwhelming level of support and love.
And we have tried to put just as much
Oh, that guy does archery content. He's his videos are interesting.
passion and energy into the campaign.
But we want to keep those original vibes. Your internet besties playing Dungeons and Dragons and bullying our DM.
I mean, sure, we are a group of profoundly unserious human beings, but that's the charm, isn't it?
So please join us for a campaign full of epic moments where no one takes themselves too seriously.
So, with all of that said, welcome to Min-Max Season 1. Let's go meet the players.
I mean, okay, is this like an actual set that they had made, or is this like their individual set? I mean, okay, this looks like an actual set that they've made. So yeah, I mean, it's like it's on like it's a YouTube production, but I see the production value.
My name's Jack Lepiarz.
Okay, yeah, I can see it why this would be a problem if like you were watching this on mobile. But I mean, like I'm watching this on my computer. I mean, I don't know. Is this a big deal? Does anyone else think this is a big deal? I don't. Okay, so like, okay, I think that what this is this is the DM. I think this is probably like their map of like their characters and stuff. And then these are the other players. So let's go further in, see if there's something. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So this is the map. I mean, it just looks like a standard like D&D production of a like podcast. I don't know what else the fuck to tell you. But this guy's TISM's been activated, clearly.
No excuse for that. Why is there so much more space for the DM? They are the one leading this game. They should be a main focus for this, and they're not. And you want to know why? Because 25% of the screen is just backdrop. Viewers are seeing more backdrop than the people they paid to watch play D&D together. And it's crazier when we get into more of this, how much this backdrop feels, or this set feels more of a priority than the actual game itself. Moving on. This is the big kicker. This is what ticked me off the most. To remind you, if I haven't said before, they had a budget of over $100,000 to work with. Mind you, they had some fees that they had to pay from GoFundMe. That's totally fine. That is normal. They also set aside 25% of that earnings to taxes. That is also very smart. So they had around, I think, $72,000 to work with by the end of this. They talk about the atmosphere. This is the first thing that they show within their budget breakdown. They talk about the atmosphere, which was made by Dark Hour Still Beat Studios, and nothing against them. I watched the video of them talking to the one, or the owner of the one who's going to be helping them make this set. Seems like a great guy and a lovely dude. And I want nothing but good to happen to them. So this is not against them in any way, shape, or form. So first of all, they talk about the set. They talk about this gaming table. They talk about this venue, and that cost them $7,144. When you first watch the first episode, if that is all we're gonna see, if this right here is all we're seeing, why did they have to get a set and not just use backdrops that they will all still be able to see and use? You can get a very nice printed backdrop for like $100 each. Boom, that's $400.
Okay, so he's insinuating that they're mishandling the funds and the money. I don't know. This is going to be very. I feel like this is going to be very hard to prove. Cause this is $7,000 for the set, the gaming table, the venue. But like what? Okay, so what else is the money being used for? What else is the money being used for then? Cause like if these, well, are these all people who live in like the same area? Like I'm assuming the game is happening in person, right? So they have to pay. If they're not in the same area, they have to pay for housing. If they ever want to do like live action like stuff with their games, I can see like maybe like they have money set aside for like costumes and makeup, maybe.
They could have used for that. Let me preface. These are my questions to them. These are questions that I would love to have answered. I would love to know their reasoning and rationale behind what I'm trying to say. Also, why get a crazy gaming table if you're not going to use it for minis and terrain? What was the point if you're using a VTT? I bring this up because in their video of the breakdown, they talk about this gaming table and how cool it is, and they can't wait to play on it. The tech guy running it posted a video about the behind the scenes stuff. They show the table. It looks nothing important. And with the table, in the table, there's a big hole cut out where all of like the lights and microphones are being held up in. So why did you go out of your way to make this grand table that's not even going to be like shown? on screen or really even used from what it looks like besides just the players. We're not going to see this table in action with any minis or terrain. It doesn't look like it because there's a big hole in the center of this, and that's where all the lights and microphones are coming from. My next question is, why did they get a big open space venue where there's so much echo and not more enclosed space for better audio? There was a big issue, and I saw this in the comments everywhere.
Okay, so let's watch.
Yeah. So roll your second attack, and then we'll sort out damage.
Okay, yeah. Audio wise, that is a problem. Oh, edit. Thank you for all watching episode 1. Question: how many episodes will there be? Around 12 to 14, airing every other week for about 6 months. Is this live streamed or pre-recorded? All episodes are pre-recorded. We had to fly people in to film. Okay, yeah. So they probably paid for like the tickets then. And it isn't possible to meet up often enough to play live. Will there be any live action scenes? Yes, but not in season 1. We only had 3 days to film, and Texas ice storm meant we couldn't shoot outside for live action bits in future seasons. We will have some live action highlights of cool moments, and we may revisit some of the best moments from season 1. Okay, so that shoots down one of the things I thought maybe the money went towards. Also, we know that this audio is quiet at times. There were some recording issues, but we are working to make the best of what we have. Season 1 had to be planned, filmed, and edited very quickly. Because of that, we didn't have much time to test or troubleshoot our tech. However, we already hard at work on planning logistics for season 2. With all of that said, we are very happy with how the season turned out, and we think you're going to have a blast joining us on this journey. So stick for episode 2 on Sunday, which Sunday, March 15th. Okay, I was about to say, Sunday today? Let's see. And some responses to this. Excited for future live action scenes. Okay. Let's go ahead and hide the comments because I want to see what other people have to say. This is the bad audio that they were getting bashed on. It's not perfect, but it's honestly fine. I mean, it's when you're getting over $100,000 to produce something, you expect some level of quality. If this was just like, I think if I saw the intro correctly, one of the intros, which one was it? I think it was this one where they had said that, like, they beat their initial goal.
We doubled, tripled, quadrupled that goal, and now this isn't.
So yeah, so like initially they weren't asking for as much money, but they had met that goal. So I don't know. They probably already had stuff in mind, maybe, but then just decided to. I can. Okay, if we're talking like, okay, you have over $100,000. I expect some level of production. I can see why this guy would be upset. I don't know if this is necessarily like they're scamming people out of money bad yet, but again, we're only 9 minutes into a 27-minute video. We have their response to talk about, and we also have this initial video that we still need to watch. So let's see.
Where that some people were way too quiet and it was super hard to hear. So this pricing for what episode 1 gave us does not justify what supporters sent over. To me, this does not justify anything. Moving on, the art. In total, the art cost them $2,000. Character art cost about $1,200. I'm not going to argue about that one. Character art is expensive. I've paid for custom character art. It can get pricey, so I'm going to give them this one. The logo design is outrageous. Once again, I worked at a graphic design company. I have made logos from people. I have made designs for other people. And not once, I don't know how much it's changed since I worked there to now, but not once did I ever get close to an $861 fee for creating a logo. You want to know something?
Well, in that case, the person who made the logo for them probably upcharged them then.
Even funnier is I went onto a website that I normally use to get certain assets from. I legitimately typed in M Sword into the search bar. This first graphic right next to me, that is their logo. That is the logo that they paid for. The two to the side are pictures that I found immediately on FreePic. And if you look at both of them really closely, you can see where the inspiration for the design came from. Now, what I'm trying to get out on this, if I was making their logo and I typed in my stuff and these were the two things that I saw and I based it off of, this logo is not hard to make. What you
Well, would that be more so on them for buying the art, or is that on the person who? I think you're basically insinuating that they got scammed out of it, like they got scammed out of that money.
You do, either you take the assets given to you or you just remake them and then you put a little bevel on it and then you put some type of texture on it and that's what you get. It could legitimately take you maybe max an hour. I do not agree with that pricing with the logo design. I feel like they overpaid. I don't feel like they did their due diligence with finding someone who would do better with logo. I do not feel like that's a justified number. And this is coming from someone who worked in this space before. Moving on. The tech. Ooh, the tech. When I get...
Okay, let's see. Microphone / recording equipment, players' tables, mic / sound, lighting, $4,000. They used a webcam for Pocket 3 players. Could have bought 4 Logitech. Yeah, that's... this Logitech one he's mentioning, this is the one I have that I used to use quite frequently. And save, not sure the recording details, but if it's just cams, not justified. Players' tables, not necessary. You said you were going to be able to look at the table in real time, didn't see it. BTS didn't show or even mention. Unjustified. Mic / sound, could have used 7 pod mics. Plus arms, 7 XLR cables, and a decent channel 8 audio interface, all bought up on Amazon, would have delivered better audio quality and would have cost $500 less, not justified. Lighting, could have used 4 LED aperture lights with lantern softboxes and save up to $1,000, not justified.
Get to the tech portion. I have put on productions like this before. I have put on productions where I've had to use multiple lighting. I have had to put productions on where I had to use multiple cameras, multiple mics, all of that stuff to be able to put something on like this.
I mean, I have not this exact show, like a D&D podcasting setup, but I have like done that before as well. In my in like my media class. Yeah, you generally want to make sure that you have the right setup going. With how I'm gonna guess, what is it? Are they using like one like shotgun mic or like one microphone to pick up all the surrounding audio? Is that the issue?
Now, before I go into this, I will say, as a creator, and if this is, an exciting project, sometimes you don't think things through. Sometimes there's not a rationale on thinking things through on how you should go about what kind of tech and stuff that you should get. This part mainly comes from an experience that I've done and the behind the scenes that
D&D podcasts bore me. I think that's why like most of the time people just watch like the funny moments of like D&D campaigns, or like what's that one Amazon show right now that's based off of like the Critical Role seasons. Like people watch that instead of like fully watching the podcast itself. They usually watch like the highlights, or they watch like the media that the campaigns are based on.
That the tech producer showed as well. I saw what kind of lightings they were using. I saw what kind of cameras they were using.
Okay, wait, so there's a video on their channel discussing... Okay, well, if there's a video on their channel discussing what equipment they're using, then yes, I want to see that, actually. Let's go... Let's see what's up with this. Where... let's see. Oh, there is actually a video. It's time... where did the money go?
Hey guys, we're here for MinMax, and today we've got an important but not necessarily sexy video for you.
What are you talking about? Numbers are sexy.
Okay, well,
Okay, let's see. GoFundMe.
I don't know how that is
we're
gonna
gonna
turn
get
out.
taxed on the money we got from GoFundMe. So
Okay, so in total, we're working with $72,000. Not as much as $100,000, but that's still a decent chunk of money to make a lower end YouTube production. Now, let's see. Let's get into this section.
luckily, we have an awesome tech person that Megan knows. It's gonna come in and handle the tech during the show.
Your favorite IT guy.
Yes, your favorite IT guy who we're gonna be having on and doing stuff. That's gonna be good.
That's legitimately the business name. I'm not
I know, no, that's your favorite IT.
not just being weird.
But so we had 2 cameras, but we had to buy 2 more that were gonna work in this specific setup because it's so small. We didn't want to go with big DSLRs because that would have blown the budget just on 2 cameras. So I went with smaller action cams, and we've got them recording to a like big crazy NAS setup. Now the NAS we did not pay for.
I mean, I okay, granted, I don't see like the space that they have to work with, but like, if you have $72,000 to work with, you have the money for, let's say 3 at most. You can buy 3 really good quality DSLR cameras that you can use, or like mirrorless cameras that you can use as your like webcam, as like a recording device. I mean, that's what most like popular YouTubers do with like their higher end cameras. They have DSLRs or mirrorless cameras that they have hooked up to like their computer. I want to hear about like their microphone situation.
With MinMax money, Salsard Arts paid for that because we need that for our stuff. We're just like, hey, we'll use this. So that was cool. So we bought the cameras for that. We also have the tablets. So we decided that we wanted to do D&D Beyond on the tablets because we'll be able to look at people's tablets in real time, and the tech guy is going to be able to do all that. It's going to be really cool. But we need the tablets for that. We got a screaming deal. We got these awesome tablets for sale. And they're like really, really inexpensive tablets. They're going to be great. For sound, we had to buy a bunch of lav mics so everybody
we bought 4.
Oh, they're using lav microphones. Okay, yeah. If you because I've run into this problem before with lav type of microphones. If you don't have everything set up properly with them, or like they're bundled into some like clothes, I can see why there was some echo there.
We already had
Salsard Arts already owned
soundboard
4 and a soundboard.
4 mics. So we bought 4 more mics because they come in packs of 2.
Yeah, so like Salsard Arts footing the bill for quite a bit of this. We already have.
Fine.
And like lav microphones are great. Like with what these guys do specifically, like they do action bits. Yeah, you're gonna need like lav mics to record that. But a sit down podcast, yeah, you can just use a microphone. Like for example, like just buy like a new. Well, if you already have the interface, or if you need to buy a new one, just go ahead and flip the bill on that. Like just, yeah, you know what? Yeah, as he said, like, just get a new 8-channel audio interface. Get new microphones that would be, I mean, like what I'm using right now is like $100, and I'm not gonna say I'm an audio expert, but like, I think I sound decent for the most part. And then there are people who have higher production value than I do with the same microphone that make their microphone sound 1,000 times better. So, and it's the Rode Pod mic, $100. Honestly, great budget microphone. So, yeah,
We already have
We
some
already have
stuff.
stuff.
Everybody's coming to us.
But then, and so then we got 2 more of those, and we got like cables and stuff like that. It's fine. And then for lighting, again, we had a lot of lighting already at Salford Arts, but we got a little bit more that's going to be like
Well, the lighting we have is all very big and very up, and
Yeah.
we would all look like zombies.
yeah, just like
so
all
we had
down,
to
like,
get some like
up lighting.
stuff from.
Okay, let's continue on with this guy's video.
And I have information here on how they could have done this better or, used money more wisely with the product that they gave. That is another thing what I'm trying to do. A lot of the stuff that I am justifying is based off of how they showed off their very first episode. Their first episode is a debut. You're supposed to show everything that people should really get to experience. If not everything, at least something. But what they delivered was so below average with the funds they got. So let me jump into that. For the camera and rec gear, I have written down here, they used a webcam for the DM. I didn't know which webcam they used. They used 3 Osmo Pocket 3 cams for the players. Now go back and look on how things look. If this was me running it, you could have bought 4 Logitech C920s, which are webcams, and you would have saved $665. I'm not sure what they mean by rec gear. It could just be the recording gear in general.
No, yeah, because what might have happened was they probably were just recording they were probably just recording their cameras off rip, like they didn't have it connected to the computer at all. They might have just like had these cameras. Okay, so like they had them the players in position, didn't have it they didn't have it hooked up at all to anything to monitor. It was probably just, okay, they look good on the camera, hit record, start the game. That would be my guess.
But I don't know. So if it's just recording gear, that is very much not justified. That is an outrageous number for the type of quality that people got with what they bought. Player tablets. Oh, this is a fun one. Not necessary. They spent over $1,000 on player tablets because in this video of the breakdown, they said they were going to be able to look at the us as viewers, we were going to be able to see the tablets in real time. We were going to be able to see the players work with these tablets in real time. You didn't see any of that. Behind the scenes didn't show or even mention that that was ever going to be a thing. That $1,000, incredibly unjustified. The mic and sound. This was a big one. This was the big issue that happened with this video. And that was the audio was not the greatest. A lot of the times people were leaning way too back and it would sound like they were far away, or some people were a little too loud, and when they would laugh, it'd kind of blow your ears out a little bit. They used lapel mics. And obviously, I don't feel like that is the correct choice, because if you're facing these issues and if you're with a group that is also very active and moving around and athletic, they should have invested in 7 pod mics, which cost around $80, $90 each. You get 7 XLR cables and a decent 8-channel audio interface, all bought on Amazon. It would have delivered better audio quality and would have cost them $500 less than what they have now. They also showed off the lighting. They said they spent $1,300 on lighting. I saw the lighting, and some of the lights I use in my own studio. Some of the lights that I used at live shows. And guess what? They could have used 4 LED aperture lights, and if they would have just lit them in a correct way and maybe got 2 C-stands if they wanted to, it would have cost them $1,000. They ended up going a different route and spending an extra $376. I have made decisions like this. I have bought things being like, I think I need this, blah, blah, blah. I end up buying it, realizing that I never really needed it in the first place.
So yeah, people. Okay, so it just seems doesn't seem so far. It doesn't seem malicious, but it does seem like maybe they mishandled some funds. But we need to keep in mind that we do have their response to look at as well.
Nice. And the difference between why I'm upset at this compared to what my thing is because majority of the time, all of that funds came out of my own pocket. I paid for them. They used not their own money. They used fan support for all of this. And again, that is why I'm upset, is they are mishandling these donators' funds. The total cost, holy crap. Okay, the total cost for season 1 was $24,840. Now, some things that I didn't cover was them being able to fly creators down, housing them, make sure everyone was good, yada, yada, yada. You know what? I'm giving that one to them because
because like the whole point is like they're playing in person. So yeah, you do need to be able to fly them out.
if I supported them and I knew my favorite creators were taken care of, great. I want to make sure they're sleeping comfortably. I want to make sure that they're being fed. I've been to events where I've had those things. It's super freaking nice as the creator, and it makes you feel more ready to put on a performance. I've been in places where they didn't provide anything, and it sucks, and it's draining on you sometimes. I'm glad they took care of the creators. What I'm not happy about is they put down the remaining budget for future seasons is $47,321. People don't.
Okay, so I mean, they already said that they're going to try and do live action bits in future seasons. I'm assuming this money is to fly, well, they're probably going to have to rebuy some equipment to like get things better now. But like, I'm assuming the idea is, hey, we already took the brunt of the cost with like getting the cameras and the equipment. So now the money can just be used to fly people out, to get costumes ready, to get future player art in the future. Because, you know, there might be like new players or current players might want to do new characters. I can...
Donated to this series.
The thing is, though, you have to like guarantee that like this money would not be used for any other projects that these creators are involved in.
To make season 1 the big one. That's what people donated to. And if it did well, they were going to make other seasons. That's what I got out of those videos. That's what I understood. But instead, they spent 1/3 of their budget for season 1, the one thing that everyone wanted to see, and they're holding the rest as a just in case. I have some pinpoints here. They had a Q&A in their pinned comment for their first video. One of the Q&As was, how many episodes will there be? They said around 12 to 14 episodes. They didn't even know how many episodes there's going to be. Around 12 to 14 episodes airing every other week for about 6 months. Do you guys not know how YouTube works? There is so much that I can say just from that one video that is crazy that this is the planned schedule for this. The people putting this on are constantly putting out content. They are like putting it out like it's
okay.
gumballs at a freaking gumball machine that's broken. You just keep turning the knob and gumballs keep.
Instead of it being every other week, it should be weekly. It should be weekly. I think what they should do is, unless they already have their editors from like their previous channels working on this, they should hire an editor to make edits. Because like, you know, that's really how these D&D campaigns get big, is with like the highlights and everything. Like, you know, most of the time, like, oh, what's that one D&D campaign? I don't think it's Critical Role, but it's the one with the fucking Chuckles clown. Like one of the players is like their character's like a clown. And dude, like for a while, my feed of D&D was nothing but the fucking Chuckle the Clown like animated highlights. So like that is a really good way to advertise your D&D campaign. So if they're thinking everything right behind the scenes, they can definitely get their name out there. Because you are right in the sense that like just doing the episodes is not really going to get their names out there, even with like big creators backing the project. You do need to make sure that you're actually properly like making sure you're reaching stuff out there. Like for example, just for like a smaller degree, like no one's going to watch my live streams if I just do live streams. If I want people to watch my live streams, I have to clip my live streams, turn them into shorts, or like turn them into highlight videos so that way they can get pushed out there in the algorithm. It's just something you have to do. So I'm hoping because like ideally you don't want anyone being scammed in this situation. So hopefully they're handling everything properly.
Keep flying out. That's pretty much how they go about doing their content. But for these long videos, for something that's super hyped and people are excited for, they're doing it every other week? Like, no. If people are hyped for this, man, you want to get those videos out. You're going to lose so much traction by doing this. And again, what happens if there isn't enough support at the end of their 12 to 14 episodes? We just saw their first episode go live. You want to know what happens with every D&D stream that has their episode 1? Their views fall by like half or even 3/4. And it just keeps going down after that. The longer you go, it keeps going down.
No, yeah, then that's why you have to like make sure that you have the highlights and stuff so that way it retains attention.
How do you guys know that you will have enough support by the end of this to use that $47,000? What are you going to do with almost $50,000 of fan support? And moving on to other things as well. In Texas, about the end of January, there was a big storm that happened. It was an ice storm, and you know what? We had ice and snow everywhere for about a week, and then it was gone. I point that out for a reason, because what they say here is mind-boggling to me. In their other Q&A, they say, will there be any live action scenes? Yes, but not for season 1. Not for the season that people donated for.
Yeah, that is actually really, like, I will say that is a fair criticism, because it's like the whole appeal is like, oh, these are guys who like actually like are proficient in like the weapons that they're showcasing. Like, you know, like the guy who's like into bow and arrows is an archer in the campaign. That's his class. I couldn't tell you what his like character is. Probably like a wood elf or an elf to some degree. But yeah, no, like I will say that is rather disappointing to see that there are no like going to be live action bits involving these creators. But like if it was because of the snowstorm, then that's understandable, because it's like that messes with production.
We only had 3 days to film, and the Texas ice storm meant we couldn't shoot outside for live action bits. In future sessions, we will have some live action highlights of cool moments, and we may revisit some in the best moments for season 1. They may. They're not even promising you that you're getting what you donated for season 1. No, you freaking do that because that's what you guys promised what we were going to experience. They also say, we also know that the audio is quiet at times. There were some recording issues, but we are working to make the best of what we have. Season 1 had to be planned, filmed, and edited very quickly. Because of that, we didn't have much time to test and troubleshoot our tech. We are already hard at work on planning and logistics for season 2. Why? Why did you guys have to plan, film, and edit this so quickly? Why? Give us a reason why that had to be done as fast as possible. From my point of view, there's no excuse. You guys just wanted to get the series out because there was hype around it, and you guys wanted to get those views and that ad revenue instead of taking your time to put effort into this series that people donated to. But instead you went, nah, we're going to chase the views. Please explain that to me. Also, why build a set if you were going to film live action outside? Because outside wasn't an option, you scrapped the entire thing that would make this series unique.
I mean, again, we'll have to see how they respond to this, but like obviously like the layout of the set that they have, it doesn't look like it has the biggest room. Like it, so like we saw the cell sword guys, and then like the one girl, and then like the creatures that they were fighting, right? And that looked pretty cramped. So like maybe like I think they were probably ideally hoping to film outside so that way they could have everyone there. It's like a lot more of a free space. Again, we'll have to see how they respond to this, but so far I would say that's a legitimate criticism. You know, the whole appeal is that like these guys handle real weapons. They would, you know, be able to like perform some of the actions that their characters may do, obviously depending on what the actions are. And, you know, you're donating to see some of that stuff and you're not seeing it in season 1. I can see the disappointment there.
And so cool. I pray and hope we see something like that in the future episodes. Because if not, oh my gosh, what is wrong with you? Why did season 1 have to be planned and filmed and edited so quickly? I understand from a creator standpoint that scheduling between creators is very difficult, but they got 7 creators to figure out a time and scheduled to play D&D in around a month. If you see when they posted, hey, we got the funding, to when they posted their, we're being 100% transparent about the funds, it took them a little over a month to get that all figured out. They really should have taken the time to do more troubleshooting, which it says everywhere that they ran into a lot of issues, and figure out the problems to deliver a better quality experience and uphold your promises. Let's talk about the announcement video, because I feel like that is very important, because that is why people donate. There was a lot of promises not delivered. First of all, they say they want to build a set. You know what? That's fine. You can build a set, you can have fun, you can experience that. But guess what? It feels like the set is more important than the actual piece of content. Let's go back, shall we? You know, remember these creators, the creators that you guys wanted to see? Here they are. Here's all the dead space. There's more background and set design than you do see of the creators.
I feel like this point in particular is nitpicky. Like I get it as like as a graphic designs guy, it probably frustrates you. But okay, but like I can see the argument of like, well, we want to showcase the set because you know people paid for the set. And it looks like and the sets do look rather nice, you know.
They said
like maybe try to find like a good balance of like showcasing the players. Maybe the thing is like they just need to get better cameras, because again, like the cameras that they're using, they could just replace them with like DSLR or mirrorless cameras for much better quality.
Said they wanted a cool video setup with 2 video angles. This setup is something you see everywhere on Twitch. They did not deliver. They felt like they insinuated that we would see the creators do some of their martial fighting, weapons, moves in these videos, and nothing. If they spent more time troubleshooting and planning, this all could have happened, but they rushed it on a $100,000 budget that was funded by fans. Now, where did all...
Realistically, the budget's more so around $70,000 if we're going by what they said with like the taxes and like their the GoFundMe fee. We're working with $70,000, but still that is a lot of money. That still is a lot of money that they could have used more effectively.
All of the support money go. The total number that they spent for season 1 was $24,840. $10,698 was for self-service and bad financial decisions. The set, the gaming table, the venue, the logo, the tablets, the camera recorders, the mics, the sounds, the lighting, $10,000, almost $11,000 of people's donated money served nothing for them. To make this happen, based on what I figured out, it would have cost around $15,000 to $16,000 for them to make this happen, based off of what we saw in the first episode. 15% of the donated money was used to create a product that anyone can do on a live streaming service with zero fan support. Do you not understand that? 47 has a potential to never be used if season 2 doesn't happen.
That is actually okay. That is a good question, though. Like, if this fails, what happens with the other $47,000? Do they give it back to the people somehow? Like, what happens with that money?
Please take a good look at this number because this is crazy. I feel like this is very important to the people who did donate to this. This is what I want my understanding between me and you to be.
Now, I am curious with how the response is so far. Let's look at the comments. Let's see. Okay, yeah, they did respond. Okay, edit comments to this video were paused out of respect to the response. Oh, okay, he paused comments. Okay. As I was hoping to receive more information to other questions I had in emails that I sent. I still have yet to hear back on my emails, but will leave comments open if that's what people are wanting. Midmax, thank you for your response. I appreciate the clarifications to your points have made that I had issues with. This part I am writing for the fans of mine, SSA, the creators involved, and Midmax for clarification to be made on my end. When the email was sent to SSA, I had a talent manager running that email. At the time, I was trying to produce a short form project that they had told me. They had handling all the reach out communications, etc. Since I was busy on my end taking care of other projects and needing to watch my daughter more since my wife's hours for working were increased, I was not informed that SSA was reached out nor was written to you like it came from me. I am so sorry about that confusion and with communication. Earlier today, before the video released, I had sent you an email explaining additional context on why I felt and responded the way I did. In the email, I offered my services to you and Minmax in helping create this project. Oh, he wanted to be part of the production. Okay. Comments on my video said to reach out. Also wanted your thoughts on this as well. I'm putting this out there. If any of you would like to see what I'm offering for helping produce Minmax. Okay. I understand this is not my channel. I understand this is not my project. I understand this is not my baby or vision. And all you have the right to tell me no to any and all of my offers and I would understand. What I do want to say, though, is I am also excited to see this project, and from the first episode brought us, I know it can be so much greater. If you want to keep doing for seasons to come and possibly more, then you need help with production side with someone who knows how to run productions like this. I have also reached out stating I would like to meet up and discuss things further about my video and SSA's response. The last thing I want to bring up about my response video, I currently have comments blocked out of respect for this video, but the video is still up. There is still a couple of points I don't feel comfortable with even after the response, but that's all I will say. If SSA and I happen to meet up and conversations and understandings go well, I will take the video down and provide an update if necessary. I give everyone here the right to be mad, frustrated, disappointed, upset, or downright disgusted with me. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm not asking for support in this. I said what I've said, and I'm taking responsibility for the repercussions. No one other than me was a part of this decision to make the video, so the only person to point at is me. If that's what you would like to do, if you ever feel like I've earned your trust in the future, I am happy to reunite. I will provide updates if necessary to this comment. The first I've heard from them in reply to my comment from their response video. I have not heard anything about if they are open to talking with emails I have sent over 6 hours ago. Well, time to be a bard. Get out the ukulele and pray you roll a nat 20 on that apology. This is an attack, bro. The thumbnail called them a pathetic, real professional. Oh yeah. I'm a nice guy. Told me enough. The rest only confirmed it. I see you took an oath of shooting yourself in the foot. Holy crap, this feels like a career-ending video. How to kick someone out of the community, make them feel unwanted video. Right. I think there's a criticism to be had about like the fact that this was a GoFundMe situation. Purple just sent me a Sam Hyde video. The Sam Hyde, so Dr. Seuss World with Tyler. Oh, that sounds funny. I might watch that off stream.
If this is what you expected from them, great. I'm glad you're happy, and I hope you enjoy their season 1 of this production. I hope you have a great time. From what I can tell in the comments, people love this dynamic. People are laughing and having a good time, and people are saying this is one of the best things that have come out in recent time. Great. I'm so happy to hear that. I'm so happy to hear that you're having such a great time with it. If you donated to just get these people together to play D&D or just to support your favorite creators, great. I hope you enjoy watching this talented group of creators play together in the same room with all the points that I made with the last one. Now, outside of getting the creators together and being taken care of, if you donated to help with costs for this production and to help them accomplish the promises they made with videos that are still up, you call them out and you let them know they have massively misused your donations to deliver a below average production for season 1 and
This guy is so jealous.
are holding almost $50,000 of your donations for a just in case season 2 rather than using it all to make the best freaking productions with a talented group of individuals for season 1, which was the whole reason for their GoFundMe. I'm done being the nice guy. And I'm tired of seeing this stuff. I am tired.
He's just a nice guy. He's just a chill guy.
I've seen people take advantage of this group and look at this group like, oh, they're just willing to throw money at everything. We're also just going to get into this so we can get a nice paycheck. And you know what? Deliver something that they're just used to at this point. I'm so tired of it, guys.
Oh my God, he's crying again? He's crying again? Holy shit, man. I thought that was only for one part of the video.
I love you guys so much. I love
Jesus Christ, man. It's just D&D.
this community. And I'm making this video because you guys asked me to create stuff that I'm passionate about.
Jesus Christ, man. Stop giving me thumbnail material. Stop it. Stop it. Get some help. God damn.
And again, I'm passionate about you guys. I love you guys dearly. And this stuff is pissing me off, man. This is not fair to you. It really isn't. And I'm not afraid to make these videos anymore. I'm not afraid of the backlash that'll give me. I'm not afraid of the connections that this might hurt for me. I'm tired of being scared. I'm tired of being...
What? Scared? What are you insinuating? What?
Being hurt. I'm tired of being frustrated. And I'm tired of seeing you guys get hurt.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. It's not that deep.
This is pathetic, man. I hope Min-Max does better. I really do. I want their future episodes to do well. But what they delivered is pathetic.
Christ, man.
I'm sorry. I want this to be better.
Okay, that's the end of that video. Fucking hell. Let's go ahead and watch their response, because holy shit. Now, their response to everything is about 25 minutes long. I feel like that's an appropriate length.
We're kind of producers behind Min-Maxed. We were informed that there's been a video about Min-Max that
we feel like we need to talk about.
Yeah, it's a little bit harsh. It's got some criticisms, and we think that we should talk about it. We talked to the cast, we talked to the crew, and they all said that it's a good idea to address it, because if there are even a couple of fans out there who feel like they didn't get what they paid for, we want to talk to you. We want to make sure that you know why we made the decisions we did. So for that, we're going to dive in.
To start, I think it's important to look at what we promised.
So
I want this to be better translates to I want this. No, yeah, and like I don't know if you were listening, Minna, or if you joined in when I was reading it, but like in the comment in his video, he's saying that he wants to be part of the production to make it better. Why did I walk into a grown man crying? That's what I'm wondering, dude. Like, what the fuck? Why is he crying?
let's look at this video.
Let's talk about the announcement video, because I feel like that is very important, because that is why people donate.
But everybody lives in different time zones and has different schedules, and that's complicated.
So I invited everybody over to my house, studio.
We think playing normal D&D would be boring, and we know you want to see us as D&D characters. So we're gonna play ourselves.
We want to do some really cool things, like build a set.
And have a cool video setup with cool angles and stuff.
Buy me a flight so I don't have to swim. Make cool character art of us and minis.
And if things go well, we'll even do a second campaign.
So here's the things that we promised. To get our friends together, play a game of D&D, and share it with you.
And if things went well, we're going to do even more.
Those things included having a set, having character art, doing a camera setup where we can see all of us on screen, and also having multiple seasons, which is something that is in the works.
So now that we've talked about that, let's look at the criticisms of this video.
So this first slide is their layout. $100,000. These creators.
As they shown in like their initial video talking about the expenditures, which is right here. It's not like it was revealed right now. Yeah, they were transparent with the fact that like the GoFundMe fees and then the tax buffer, which I think was a smart decision on their end, so that, because like, you know, suddenly you have this amount of money, the government's gonna fucking like, you know, want to take a nice decent chunk of that. So yeah, they're working with $72,000. Still a lot of money.
You know, the creators that people wanted to see play together are so little.
And the plan is to split it over 3 seasons. So yeah, the initial bulk of it is you have to pay for the equipment, the set, microphones, lighting, all that stuff. And then I guess like the rest of the money is going to go towards like, again, if they need to have new characters made, art for that, to fly people out. So, I mean, hopefully they're going to spend the money wisely.
If we're understanding correctly, it seems this creator thinks that our layout wasn't very good.
We had a 4-camera setup so we could catch everybody at the table and all the little moments in between them. We thought it looked pretty good, but we can see where there might be some room for improvements.
David is the editor, and it took him quite a long time to edit episode 1.
Yes, but I learned a lot in the first episode, and based on feedback that we had already gotten from the community before we even saw this video, we're going to implement some new stuff like some punch-ins, some cropping, and a couple of color correction things.
At Kicken_the_Swede became a member. At Kicken_the_Swede celebrates 7 months of membership.
Yo, thank you, Kicken, for renewing your membership. Thank you. I guess this is the time to shill it out right now. But guys, if you want to support the channel, you can become a member for just $1 today, and you get a shout out at the end of every live stream, every pre-recorded video, and including membership content as well. Well, you'll see, they already had that stuff, actually. Oh, okay.
I'm colorblind, so a little bit hard, but we'll get it done. So these are actually already things that we are tackling.
His second critique, if we understand it correctly, is that instead of having a whole set, we could have just had a backdrop.
This is the big kicker. This is what ticked me off the most. They had a budget of over $100,000 to work with. If this right here is all we're seeing, why did they have to get a set and not just use backdrops that they will all still be able to see and use?
And while that would have been cheaper, we wouldn't have had the incredible set and beautiful experience that Dark Hour provided for us.
The set is incredible.
If I can speak, plus 2, you know, I think just having an actual set is a lot nicer. I mean, granted, having a green screen does give you more versatility. Like if you want to change things up, you don't have to like go into like an over budget sort of situation. You just pay for new art drop in the back. But also, too, you have to make sure that you have to have really good lighting. And if we're taking his word for it, I mean, like, they're using a green screen right now. It doesn't look terrible, you know?
Incredibly immersive. It's so beautiful and detailed. And in episode 1, we don't utilize it as much as we can, but in episode 2, we're going to do more punch-ins, you're going to see more of it. And I don't think that we would have given as good of a performance if we didn't have this immersive, beautiful set. A little back screen isn't going to feel the same. The set was worth it.
And it was also really cool because we got to support a local company to build this awesome thing for us.
Dark Hour did such a good job on this set, and
I will say the way that they're responding, and you can say, oh, like the fake voice and everything, it's professional. I don't think they're intentionally trying to say that this guy, I think it's clear so far that they're not trying to give this guy too much hate. They're trying to respond to his criticisms in a legitimate format. Okay, these types of like lavalier microphones. Yeah, so I don't have personal experience with them, but if they're anything, you can get really good audio out of them. For the future, I want to get personally the Rode Go wireless lavalier microphones.
And we've got plans with them in the future to make things even bigger and better. So forging this connection was crucial for the future of MinMaxed.
Dark Hour also did an incredible job of making this set to be able to be taken down and put back up so we can use it again in future seasons.
Yeah, this is
Oh, okay. So it's okay. So like it wouldn't cost them that much to just tear it down, add new stuff then.
in a one-time set. We're going to keep it around.
The next issue he brings up is that we should have used minis or terrain.
And logistically, that just wasn't possible for season 1.
But it was absolutely something that we were interested in doing and that we want to do in the future.
So for season 1, we decided to go digital because it allowed us to do a couple of things. One, we could show the map on the screen and all the players can interact with it from their tablet in real time, which was really cool and kept the game flowing.
But for future seasons, we are going to try to upgrade.
The next issue that gets brought up is the logo.
The art. In total, the art cost them $2,000. The logo design is outrageous. I legitimately typed in M Sword into the search bar. That is their logo. That is the logo that they paid for. The two to the side are pictures that I found immediately on FreePic.
It's our understanding that he believes we overpaid.
Now, I'm a big supporter of paying artists what they ask for, and a lot more goes into making a logo than a lot of people think.
It's honestly a really long collaborative process between us and this artist, and went through many itinerations before we got to the logo that we have.
The logo that he shows on screen is this up here, just the logo. And honestly, he clips a very small segment of it, so it doesn't look as good. It's a beautiful logo, and it also comes with the word mark. And it's not just that we have the logo, we can use it for merch, for dice, for future things. We own it, and that's the big thing.
Okay, so yeah, they paid that much money so that way I guess the artist was compensated for like any future merch that they have planned out, which I guess makes sense.
We paid the artist for their time, for their experience, and for the legal right to use it. And in the world of logo design, that's actually pretty cheap. Ask McDonald's how much they spend on getting their logo redone every once in a while. So we feel totally confident with the money we spent on the logo.
The next thing he brings up is some of the tech issues.
So we're gonna take a look at it one by one.
You could have bought 4 Logitech C920s, which are webcams, and you would have saved $665. I'm not sure what they mean by rec gear. It could just be the recording gear in general, but I don't know.
The video seems to claim that we should have used webcams instead of buying Osmos because webcams are cheaper. And while they are cheaper, they don't have as good of video quality. But even more so, I want to set the record straight and say that Sellsword Arts already owned all of those Osmos. We didn't buy any Osmos for MinMaxed. What we bought was some DJI Action Cam 6s. We had
as shown here, the camera recording gear around $1,000. Players' tablets, which how many players are involved again in this? Do I still have it up? I don't think I do. I think they have like 6 players involved, not counting the DM. But yeah, this is honest response.
2 cameras, but we had to buy 2 more that were going to work in this specific setup because it's so small. We didn't want to go with big DSLRs because that would have blown the budget just on 2 cameras. So I went with smaller action cams, and we've got them recording to a like big crazy NAS setup. Now the NAS we did not pay for with MinMax money. Sellsword Arts paid for that because we need that for our stuff. We're just like, hey, we'll use this.
they didn't even have to buy them.
And we bought those when we got to production, they didn't end up working. So instead we used our tech team's other Osmos and a webcam that they had. So in fact, MinMax didn't spend any money on camera equipment, and we were able to return the stuff that we had bought. And next season,
okay, they were able to get a refund.
We're going to upgrade and have even better stuff.
And the reason there's a discrepancy.
Okay, that's sweet. Okay, so like the cameras they bought weren't working. They got a refund, and for next season, they're going to spend the good chunk of money, or like whatever money they were going to use for the original cameras, and get better quality ones. Okay.
Discrepancy between what you're hearing now and the update video we made before is that we didn't know they weren't going to work.
In our budgeting video, we hadn't had a chance to hook everything up in the space. Actually, we had quite a few technical problems. The computer we were supposed to be using worked in the studio, but then didn't work in the space. Our tech team was so good. They found workarounds, they made everything work, and we're still very proud of the project we made, but we can see where there's some areas for improvement, so we're already in the process of looking at better tech, both for the visuals and the sound and everything else. We are taking it all into account, and we're hearing your feedback. We want this to be great for season 2, which is happening.
His next complaint is that we didn't need tablets at all.
But for the setup that we had, we actually did.
Because we went with the digital map, we wanted to give the players the ability to move their character around and view the map without having to look at terrain or have the
Oh yeah, because like I don't know if it like because like I've done like Discord D&D campaigns before. Yeah, it's really good when you're able to like view the map and move your characters around, and if they're able to do that with the tablets, in real time, good. Yeah, it just makes everything a whole lot smoother.
DM walk around the table. Having the ability to look down at something that was already on our character sheet and the map made play go much more smoothly.
So using the tablets was absolutely worth it.
And in the future, we will be able to continue using them and integrate more of the features into what you see.
One of the issues we had is we wanted to be able to do a live feed of the character sheet to the project, but that didn't work out. But that doesn't mean it's not something we can do in post. Again, I'm learning as I go, and that's something that I'm hoping to put into the new episodes.
His next complaint is actually something we agree with, the audio.
We bought a set of microphones that had really good reviews, and we'd actually tested them before, and they worked fine.
And we fully intended to use the type of microphone we had because we thought we were going to be getting up more.
And that brings us to a little issue called the historic Texas ice storm. So it was very cold in the building, and we're gonna talk about that later, but we didn't get up as much as we wanted to. It also meant that we couldn't go change the audio setup after day one because the roads were impassable. We started filming when the snow started falling, and we ended when the roads finally started to get free. So there was really not much we could do to it. I am doing my best in post-production to save as much of the audio as I can.
We were able to return those microphones and reinvest that money into season 2.
And we're gonna have better tech set up for season 2. That is a
Okay, good. They're learning from their mistakes. That's good. And it sounds like they were able to get, again, a refund on the microphones that weren't working. So that way in the future, they can have better quality microphones that hopefully will work this time around. I mean, so far, it seems like this just like a lot of the criticisms come down to inexperience. Because like, yeah, these are content creators with popular following, but obviously this is like is it safe to say this is like their first like really big production? So I don't know if I can necessarily be like that harsh towards them. As long as they're properly like using the money to the best of their ability and are not like purposely like pocketing the money to any degree. Because we have seen like productions where it's like, for example, I love Nostalgia Critic, I love Channel Awesome, but their fucking their game show, I would say, was a huge mishandling of funds. Because like the production value with that was no different than a normal Nostalgia Critic skit. But I think it was like they asked. I don't want to say it was like a big number, but they asked for a few $1,000s in the GoFundMe for it, and the results did not show.
Big thing that we're working on. So everything that didn't work got reinvested back into the campaign to get something better for season 2. Another thing gets brought up is the lighting setup we had.
They also showed off the lighting. They said they spent $1,300 on lighting. It would have cost them $1,000. I'm upset at this compared to what my thing is.
And I think there is a little bit of confusion on this. So let us tell you what the lighting setup was.
We bought 4 lights for the players so you can see our faces.
All of the lights that you see above that are casting light into the room were provided by Self-Serve Arts. We already own those. We didn't spend any money on that. So actually, the recommendation that he makes in the video is the one that we did. I don't really understand the discrepancy about how much much money that should have been. That's the price of the equipment.
If we're hearing it correctly, it seems like he thinks that we used the fans' money to buy all of the tech.
When in reality, Seltzer Arts probably provided about 80% of the tech from stuff that.
No, yeah, because like I think Cell Sword Art is the most popular creators involved in this. So yeah, and obviously with this being their project, they're going to be the ones flipping the bill most of the time. They're not going to ask people who are flying out already to hey, we need your money to spend it on this. You know, they're not gonna do that. Sorry, words. It seems like this guy thought he had something here, and I can understand the skepticism, right? Whenever there's a GoFundMe involved with a project, you want to be skeptical, you know, because like there have been several times in the past where people have misused or just outright scammed people out of GoFundMe money, and you want to make sure that like that stuff gets brought to light. But I think he pulled the trigger too early. I think he should have waited for a little bit to see how things go.
We already had that we bought personally. We tried to keep expenses on the Min-Max channel as low as possible, but still producing a good season.
So in total, what Seltzer Arts provided was the soundboard, half of the mics, most of the lighting, the computer, the NAS for storage, most of the cameras, and a lot of other odds and ends.
Additionally, we returned $3,000 what Min-Max spent on equipment that didn't end up working.
In fact, I think we returned the majority of the tech part of the budget, and we can use that for new seasons. So Min-Max really didn't spend a lot on tech per season.
And now we can talk a little bit more about the ice storm, because it just so happened that the 3 days we planned to film this were the exact 3 days that the ice storm was at its worst.
We had some awesome handlers who were doing a great job of getting everybody safely from the hotel to the venue, which was about a 4-minute.
No, yeah, that is a bitch and a half, by the way. You plan something out and then a fucking ice storm fucking ruins anything that you had planned. Yeah, I mean, literally their first episode, and it wasn't even like the whole 24 hours after the episode that he had made his video. Are you serious? He didn't even wait a full 24 hours. He just like saw the episode and then off rip made his video? Dude, that's okay. Yeah, that is jumping the gun. Holy shit. Like, okay, it's one thing if he was just generally criticizing the production, you know, you can do that. But like the insinuation that, because is it safe to say there was some insinuation that like, not fraud, but like that they had mishandled funds, you know? And it
drive, but we didn't feel safe.
And like the whole thing is just like, well, I can do it better. And then like the comments of like, oh, well, you guys should contact me to have me involved in future productions. I think it was a bit much.
Sending them anywhere else.
So we couldn't go back to the studio or get more tech or really change anything. We were stuck with what we had there, and our tech team was awesome, and they did a great job of making this a really good production. There's another thing that the ice storm did, and that is, I don't know if you guys can see it, but Dark Hour is a giant warehouse, and they don't really have adequate heating. So inside that building, as we're playing D&D, it is between a maximum of 45 and 50 degrees Fahrenheit. It's very cold. Hopefully when we film the next season, which we already have scheduled for sometime in July, it will be a little bit warmer in Texas.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. If you're filming that in a fucking warehouse and it just fucking starts, I feel so bad for them then. He was the first to accuse them of that. Because he's jealous, Crispy will give you his backstory, and you'll understand why he's coping. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have Crispy's video right here. So this is gonna be fun.
A lot of it warmer.
And you'll see a lot more of all of us goobers doing all of our martial arts and demonstrating what we're doing.
One of the most damaging claims this video seems to claim, if I'm understanding it correctly, is that the producers of Min-Max are trying to take the fans' money and run with it.
The remaining budget for future seasons is $47,321. People donated to this series, and if it did well, they were going to make other seasons. That's what I got out of those videos. They spent 1/3 of their budget for season 1, the one thing that everyone wanted to see, and they're holding the rest as a just in case.
This is not the case.
We did a budgeting video that was very transparent. In fact, most of the information that he gets comes from our budgeting video because we're trying to be transparent about where we're putting the money. And when we say producers,
it's just us.
It's just us.
We did not hire a production company or a production manager. It was just mostly you two doing all of the work on your own.
Megan and myself are the ones who set up most of the logistics, figured out the tech. I'm doing the editing for a couple of reasons.
Number one, we didn't.
Oh, okay. So like they don't even have an editor. It's just them doing it. So that way it's all in house. Okay.
Want to throw all of this money at season 1. We can't tell a good enough story in that amount of time.
Also, too, it's just like it is because, like, again, travel expenses are a bitch, and you want to make sure that you have everything properly planned out for that. So, I mean, again, like the idea is season 1's gonna take the brunt of like expenditures, and then season 2, maybe a season 3. You don't have to spend as much money because you already have all the kinks worked out with that.
By holding back the money that we did, we guarantee future seasons. And I know in the video he kind of claims that it's only if season 1 does well, but that's not the case. We held it back in case season 1 doesn't do well. We are guaranteed another season, and I think another season after that, because
Okay, yeah, sweet. So they're just doing it because they are having fun making it. Then it doesn't seem like they're focusing too much on if this project makes money.
Because we save the money, we can keep going. And by keeping the costs low, by editing it in-house, by not having a bunch of middlemen and producers, we also get to spend your money even more wisely.
One of the things he says in the comments that we should have ended the GoFundMe sooner because we blew our budget out of the water. And it was live for less than a week. We ended it while we were away at Thanksgiving with our families.
We set this thing up, and we originally had a goal of 10K just to buy plane tickets, and then we modified the goal to 20.
Oh, okay. So like 10K to cover tickets, housing. Yeah, okay. So like originally this was going to be more of like a scuffed sort of like in-house, like, hey, let's have some fun playing D&D sort of thing. And it makes sense given the people, because, you know, they're all from like this like community of like people who like demonstrate real weapons. And honestly, the content's pretty awesome. But it was thanks to the community like giving so much money that they were able to like do an actual production. I think that's awesome. Genuinely, I think that's awesome. Okay.
When we saw we might hit that, and then we kind of didn't look at it, and it exploded, and we actually ended it, I think, within 4 days because we didn't want a ballooning budget, and we decided that we were going to take that money.
Oh, they had gotten $100,000. Again, keep in mind that with taxes and the GoFundMe fee, it ended up being $70,000. But like, okay, $10,000 initially, and then you got 10 times that after 4 days. Okay, I mean that's awesome. That's actually really awesome, brother.
And we're going to split it over multiple seasons so that we could give you a lot of cool D&D.
And lastly, none of the creators have been paid out of that GoFundMe.
No, all of that money is going back to the season. We're not getting paid yet. We're going to be paid off of the AdSense and everything else. And we're going to be paid equally. We're going to have 8 shares, 1 to each creator and 1 to the business.
Okay. 8. Well, that's split 9 ways in. About to say 8 shares. That's even. So like realistically, they're not going to make much. Well, point is, realistically, they're not going to make much money out of this situation. Maybe in terms of merch sales, that will say otherwise. But like ad revenue, probably not if they're splitting it 8 ways. Merch sales, depending on how well that does, you know, it's kind of like it's kind of up in the air whether or not like you're going to get big from merch sales or not with how many people buy them. I mean, if they get a pretty dedicated audience, then I can see it.
Business. But Megan and I are not taking extra money for producing. We are putting our time into this, extra time, because we believe in this project so much and we want it to succeed and we care about it.
So this is definitely not a cash grab. None of the creators have even been paid for this yet.
No.
He talks about he has no hate to the creators and is mostly about the producers, but again, there was no producers. David and Megan did this entire thing basically on their own.
We had a lot of help from the other creators when it came to like ideas for the campaign and stuff, but logistics were mostly handled by us. And it hurts. Like we really did try. None of this.
Oh, that okay. Oh, that Now I'm sad.
Was any shortcomings that might have happened didn't come from a place of malice. It was us trying our best and maybe not meeting your expectations. And we are sorry about that, and we are trying to do better. It's just kind of hurtful to have this be the first video about Min-Maxed when we tried this hard.
And I want to talk a little bit about the budget and the expectations.
It seems like he was expecting a professional D&D production level quality.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to
Something like Critical Role.
Pull off a Crit Role Season 3 production level with the experience we have and the budget that we have.
And we weren't going to try.
No, we were trying to do what we said we were going to do, bring all of our people together and create a cool game and try and make it multiple seasons.
The other thing he says is that it's stupid of us to release every other week and that we should be releasing every week.
Around 12 to 14 episodes airing every other week for about 6 months. Do you guys not know how YouTube works? Like, no! If people are hyped for this, man, you want to get those videos out. You're going to lose so much traction by doing this.
Yeah, he seems to think that the hype's going to run out if it's an every other week thing, but we had 3 days to film and we got quite a bit done, but that won't last until the next filming session.
And we want to make sure that you have content from Min-Maxed all the way up until we start season 2.
Doing every other week allows us to stretch that content for 6 months and also gives me time to edit it because I'm the only one editing this whole.
Plus, too, he has his own stuff that he has to edit as well. Because, like, the Sellsword channel is relatively big. And they're constantly producing shorts, filming stuff. So, I mean, yeah, if he's the only one doing this, I can see that argument. Because I was on the assumption that they had maybe had hired someone or already had, like, an in-house editor to do everything for them. But if he's just the one editing, then yeah, give him time. I mean, as long as it's scheduled, right? You don't want to be sporadic with it. As long as it's a guaranteed schedule of like, hey, these episodes are coming out these dates, then okay.
Whole thing.
It takes a while.
It does. Look, I can really understand. If somebody was expecting a Crit Role level of production, if you see $100,000 and you think that can make a lot of stuff, if you have these expectations and you get something you weren't expecting, it can be a big downer. And I really feel for you if you were expecting something or you donated it and you didn't get what you want. And I am sorry that we couldn't give you that. We really, really are. We want this to be as good as it can be, and we're working to make it better.
We really need to reiterate that unlike these production big D&D games, this is none of our full-time jobs.
All of us took time out of our production schedule to come do this. One of the reasons that it was such a tight campaign was because that's all people could afford. 5 days away from their families, their jobs, their content. That's a lot to ask of people when this isn't even guaranteed to make them any money.
And that is actually a really good point. Yeah, like this is like as far as like the flight goes for those creators, it's expensive. I understand expenditures were covered, but those are days where they took out where they could have filmed content, spent time with family, made money on their own ventures.
Everybody did this on the promise that we're gonna make something cool and we might get something back, but no one has been guaranteed a cent from this. We're doing it because we love it.
A big point that kept coming up is that the production was rushed.
Did you guys have to plan, film, and edit this so quickly?
There's this feeling that we should have waited longer or we should have had more time to film or plan or test out equipment.
We had actually already picked this production date before we even launched the GoFundMe.
The production wasn't really rushed. We knew months ahead of time when it was going to be, but it was tight because people's availability was very small.
Plus, all the people we were flying in have jobs outside of just creating content. All of them do other things.
Okay, so like, some of these guys have actual like jobs that they have to get back to. Then, yeah, okay, totally understandable where you have to work within that time frame then.
As well.
Jack has a full schedule of performances that he does. Blumenek not only has another job, but he has a family to take care of, and Ben runs a dojo, has a job, and is a content creator. No one has weeks just to dedicate to something that might not make them any money.
One of the major disappointments that some of our viewers have said is that they were expecting live action.
In their other Q&A, they say, will there be any live action scenes? Yes. But not for season 1. Not for the season that people donated for.
And we understand how you would be disappointed if that's what you were expecting.
I understand how it could be frustrating because we're all the combat guys, and if you thought that's what you were gonna get and you didn't, it could be disappointing.
It's important to note that that's not one of the promises that we made because we knew we couldn't deliver that in season 1.
And we know you want to see us as D&D characters. So we're gonna play ourselves.
And we want to do some really cool things like build a set.
And have a cool video setup with cool angles and stuff.
Buy me a flight so I don't have to swim.
Make cool character art of us and minis.
And if things go well, we'll even do a second campaign.
At its core, this is going to be a fun D&D game with all your favorite weirdos from the internet. We've got a team that's going to help us record, edit, and produce this at a high quality. We've got artists who are going to come and help bring this world to life. We've got set designers who are going to make it so it's immersive and fun. And instead of this being a one-off fun D&D game, now, as you can see by our brand new YouTube page, this is going to be a whole thing. We're planning multiple seasons, but we are working on it for season 2. We've already talked about how we want to go back and do the highlights of this campaign now that we have the whole thing, and we'll have a little bit more time to production next season.
Well, yeah, because you know, by the time you're able to meet up again, the funny moments or like the most popular moments of season 1 will be curated, so you can make moments out of that.
Also, we're trying to incorporate more physicality into the D&D when it's not freezing in the studio. And I know that's not much compensation if you were really expecting it in this season, but we're hoping the small in-between things we've been doing will make up for that.
And even this isn't us promising we'll do more of it in future seasons. We want to try, but we don't know if it's even possible.
This campaign is evolving as it goes, and we're being careful about what we can and can't promise, but we really want you to know that we love what we're doing and we want to make it better, and we're going to do everything that we can to do that.
Now, he's since taken this out of the video, but when we saw it, it was in there, so we're going to take the time to respond to it.
And he brings up the fact that we
he took something out of the video. Interesting.
should have just done this in the studio. But if you've actually seen Seltzer Art Studio, it's not that big. And at the time, I had my bed in the middle of it, so we couldn't have really done that.
And another thing he suggested was that we do the live action scenes here in the studio, when in reality, that's an hour away with no traffic from dark hour, and we were in the middle of an ice storm. It wasn't safe to travel.
Yeah, this happened in the middle of the ice storm. I think there was some confusion about when the ice storm was. The ice storm made the roads impassable about 3 or 4 days, and that was exactly when we were filming. We did not have an opportunity to leave except to go to the little hotel.
Plus, even if there was the opportunity to, all of our filming equipment was being used for Minmax, so our studio didn't have any of that.
We had to gut our studio to make sure Minmax had enough stuff without buying too much.
It would have basically been a dark box. His final claim is that our production was pathetic.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about how you might feel or how he might feel looking at our work, but I think it's important to talk about how we feel. This was a big project and we put a lot of passion and work into it, and we are still very proud of this project, and we know that it's going to grow and get better as we continue. But having this first response from the community be so negative and harsh, and at times almost cruel, is really rough.
For me, I just feel sad. I think myself, I put a lot of work into this in the time before and during the event, and even more so, I feel sad for all the creators involved who have to see this. They worked hard, they took time out of their schedules, they came here, and they had a great time playing D&D with their friends. And they wanted to share that just as much as we did. And to get this kind of feedback only 24 hours after we put out episode 1 really hurts.
I can, because like, okay, you can call it gay, you can call it cringe, but these guys aren't drama creators. These are just people who are like talking about swords and other like medieval stuff. So yeah, I can get why this is very upsetting to them. And also too, I think like this guy, I think it's very clear at this point, this guy's reaction was way overblown. Even if we don't take the response into account, this guy's crying. 2 separate points in the video, crying about the production that he's not even involved in.
These two handled a lot of the production, so I was much more on just the actor side, and it did feel kind of unwelcoming. This is the first D&D content we've ever done, and we had a blast, and we were frankly proud of what we did.
I have a bunch of feelings about this, and I don't want to go on too long, but I want to say that it's fine for the fans to tell us that they didn't like something or they want something changed. Give us our feedback. But content creators have a responsibility. You have a platform, and you need to curate that platform in such a way that create a positive space. He says he's trying to look out for the D&D community, and that says to me that he's not welcoming me into the D&D community, that I'm somehow an outside threat to it.
Now, he says that this was just the straw that broke the camel's back, and it sounded like he had legitimate concerns about what other people have done.
I am sick and tired of seeing creators and events take advantage of this very vulnerable community. It makes me so upset, and I am tired of being nice and not saying anything. I am tired of not saying anything. The Convergence, yeah, that event that was hosted back in 2022 by some of the most biggest TikTok creators back then in the D&D space. You really want to know what they said about you guys behind the scenes?
That wasn't us. We don't know what it
They're just like, we don't know what this involves. It's not
talking about. It seems just weird that we were his first target.
This isn't the first time this has happened to me. I've had people try and use a fabricated drama to get clicks and create kind of a boost to their channel, and I don't like it. I don't like doing it. I don't like making these videos, but I do think that we owe it to our fans to explain how we produce this, because we want you to watch it. We want you to feel comfortable. And to this person, I want to ask, why didn't you reach out to us? Because we actually have had communication with this person before. They reached out to us and asked if we would collaborate with them months ago, and we said yes. We went back and forth, and they kind of
this is the email that he was talking about in the comment. Okay.
didn't respond, and we let it go. In fact, he also has contacted Blumenek before in a Discord. He has ways that he could have reached out to us. There's an official min-maxed email. He says that he would have given us this advice, but we published that budget video months ago. We didn't hear anything. We didn't hear anything until it was this video basically attacking everything that we tried to do. And it makes me feel frustrated and unwelcome and demoralized, because I have to continue and edit the rest of the season. I'm not going to give up. But now all of those cool things that I thought about to make this campaign better, the punch-ins, fixing the audio, doing all these other things, are they my ideas anymore? Is it going to come across that way? Or is it just going to be, oh, he's listening to this guy's rant? We are listening to the community. We are trying to make changes. And I wish that we had had more than 24 hours to try and implement them. I want to make sure they don't make this too negative, because I don't want to happen to him what's happened to me now and what's happened to me in the past. I don't want all of our fans to flood into his comment section and be negative and hate on him. He's done this from a place of passion. He cares about the D&D community, and that's a good thing. I just feel like he should have contacted us or done a little bit more research first. But, you know, to err is human.
And this is a great time to talk about things that he didn't bring up that we have heard from you guys, like adding in.
Okay, so I think, I don't know, maybe I'm in the minority on this, but I think overall that was a decent response. So now with like watching both sides, I think it's a fair enough time to actually watch Crispy's video on the situation. It's 55 minutes long, so this is gonna be a very long stream. Let's get into it.
Just a tiny little D&D project anymore. This is gonna be epic.
They're planning multiple seasons, built a whole set. This looks awesome. And I myself was really excited to see how their work panned out. Last week, they released their first episode, and I thought it was pretty dang solid. Not perfect by any means, but I enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to seeing whatever they do next. I moved on with my life, and then I got this DM on Instagram. Would love your take. I feel like tea is brewing in some way, shape, or form. Knowing you probably already know about this, but would love to see you cover this if anything more comes from it. Contained in this DM was a video by Duke from One Shot Questers, a YouTuber with almost 1 million subscribers. He doesn't normally do drama content, so him making a video called "I'm done being scared to speak up" with the words "this is pathetic" and the cast of min-max front and center, I was concerned. Something really bad must have happened to push this guy to make a random drama video. Well, I checked out what he said, looked deeper into the situation, and yeah, nothing terrible was happening behind the scenes. Something terrible was happening right in front of my face, though. A YouTuber, One Shot Questers in particular, a YouTuber in the D&D space with almost 1 million subscribers, was clearly gatekeeping this community and attacking a brand new podcast for almost absolutely no reason. This hit piece by Duke is one of the most misguided and idiotic videos
I was about to say. I mean, a hit piece implies some planning. I think he just like saw the first episode, quickly made his like fucking PowerPoint presentation and just like started ranting.
Seen posted on YouTube, and with what I do for a living, that is really saying something. Within the past couple days, I have seen the collapse of the One Shot Questers YouTube channel. Thousands of subscribers are fleeing in
Ooh, oh no.
droves. He had a full-on crash out in his comment section, and this whole story ended with one of the most insane plot twists I have ever seen, because apparently it was just an elaborate job application. Oh my god, it was insane. And the worst part is that I warned him. Yeah, I'm directly involved in this one too.
Oh no, there's more? There's more? Oh no.
So, without further ado, guys, what the hell happened?
I'm tired of being scared. I'm tired of being hurt. I'm tired of being frustrated. I'm tired of seeing you guys get hurt. This is pathetic, man.
It's just kind of hurtful to have this be the first video about this.
Okay, so min-maxed one-shot questers, I should probably go a little bit more in-depth on who these people are. Min-maxed, I think I've already pretty much covered it. They are a bunch of martial artists coming together for a D&D game held in Texas. The effort is being led by Sellsword Arts, a massive short-form content creator who you might also recognize from the Shadiversity drama. Seriously, this poor guy just keeps on getting dragged in drama against his will, and I feel so bad for them. Anyway, with that being said, MinMax raised a lot of money on their GoFundMe and invested that money into creating their show. Pretty simple premise. Now, One-Shot Questers. One-Shot Questers rode the pandemic high of Dungeons & Dragons in the early 2020s.
Oh.
And grew their channel exponentially using short-form content. However, the channel has had a really, how do I put this, wild ride over the past couple years. For starters, Duke has rebranded One-Shot Questers numerous times.
Oh no, that's never good when you rebrand multiple times.
One-Shot Questers, One-Shot Quips, One-Shot Campaigns. At one point, he rebranded an entire channel just focused on a single joke about this evil king character, which, like, you know, it was funny, like, the first, I don't know, 3 times, and after that, kinda got a bit stale. And yeah, splitting your channel into multiple different channels like this also didn't go great for him. Splitting your channel in general is usually a good idea, but Duke had this habit of deleting videos that already existed on his YouTube channel, resulted in massive cratered viewership.
Oh no, yeah, that's gonna fuck you up in the algorithm.
For his main YouTube channel. TLDR, things were not going well views-wise, and that trend has continued up until now. Duke has also made some of the most just wild business decisions, especially off of his original high. Like, for example, he tried to start an entire streaming service and dumped a ton of money into it.
So we tried to do the streaming platform.
Wait. Are you serious? He's tried doing a streaming service?
Platform because I was really into Quarter Crew, really into Dropout, and I was like, I think we could do well with the streaming service. And so I put in way too many hours, way too much money into that streaming service to ultimately just scrap it in April, 4 months, and only have, I think we had like 26 active viewers over there, but we weren't getting like many views.
The streaming service had 20 users. 20. Dude thought he could be like the next Dropout TV. What, by himself? Well, he wasn't quite by himself. Duke had a team. If that past tense seems ominous, that's because it is. Duke had to, I don't know if laid off is the right word, because I have no idea if they were formally employed, but he had to let go of his team. And the way he announced it was just so random. He made a community post where he announced he was stepping away from Dungeons & Dragons content, which is going to be so ironic as we get.
Wait, he stepped away from Dungeons & Dragons content? But then wants to make... Okay, hang on. I'm gonna check his channel real quick to see what... Other than this, what was his, like, latest upload then? One-Shot Questers... So if he's most if he's most popular from like short form content, then okay, let's see. Sorry, it's loading. Let's see. Well, obviously this video 5 days ago got over 200,000 views. Let's see. 15K, 24K, 20K, 40K, 20K. Oh, these are just like re-uploads of. Oh no, these are just like re-uploads of his shorts content, it looks like. Okay, well this one's an actual video. This one's an actual video. Okay, and then if we look at his shorts, what are the shorts getting? Let's see. The last one almost got 600,000 views, 500,000 views. Okay. So, I mean, it's what you expect from like a shorts channel. You know, like the shorts are obviously getting views, but not like the full length videos in of themselves. But it just seems like this guy got too, like, funny enough, he's like, what he's accusing them of is seems like what he's done, where he's just like, he doesn't know what he's doing, mismanaged the project, and it just all fell apart.
And the rest of the story. But in the middle of this post where he's talking about how he wants to leave D&D behind, he doesn't feel the same about D&D, and he feels like people don't give him opportunities in the D&D space. Just in the middle of this whiny post saying that he wants to move on and do general fantasy stuff, his kind of randomly says that, yeah, the team's gone now. To wrap all this up, I'm back where I was in 2020 through 2022, running this channel by myself. No editors, no extra on-screen talent. Just me.
Okay, this is very dramatic. Holy shit, this guy's a loser.
Wow, Duke, that's a very inspirational way to tell folks that a bunch of people are now out of work, I guess. But yeah, that's Duke from One Shot Questers. If you're wondering, Crispy, how do you know about all of this? I mean, if you try to search for the One Shot Questers streaming service, you find nothing at all. He scrubbed that from the internet thoroughly and only existed for 4 months anyway. Well, the reason why I know about his business failings and his lost collaborators is because I used to be one of Duke's collaborators. And behind that, a reason we're gonna get to later. Just hold on to it. Anyway, look, the board is set. You understand who Min-Max are? Martial arts creators running a D&D podcast. You understand who Duke is? Skitch channel with almost 1 million subscribers. Okay. So Duke releases this video within 24 hours of the first episode of Min-Max. Like seriously, Min-Max goes up, people barely have time to watch it, and already we have a guy calling the show pathetic. And he actually goes much, much further than that. Duke alleges some very serious stuff against the producers of Min-Max. He believes they are mismanaging the funds of the viewers.
This is not an attack to stop the production of Min-Max. This is a call out on mishandling supporters' hard-earned funds of over $100,000.
I'm actually gonna do something a bit weird here. I'm gonna show you his conclusion first because I really want you to understand where we're going before we get into Duke's ironclad evidence. What does Duke say about the Min-Max team?
15% of the...
All right, since we already watched this part, I do want to like... Okay, this looks like something we haven't seen before.
Pathetic. Well, tears flow down from his face. I mean, this has gotta be some really, really serious stuff, right? This week's videos are sponsored by World Anvil, the old...
Okay, let's see. Chapter 2.
I mean, dude, you're calling the show the content creators are in pathetic. It doesn't matter if you're trying to cover the invisible suits that are pulling the strings behind the scenes. If you call their show pathetic, you are implicating them. You are pulling them into it. But anyway, that argument doesn't even matter because there are no invisible suits controlling Min-Max. The content creators of the show are the producers of the show.
He talks about he has no hate to the creators and is mostly about the producers, but again, there was no producers. David and Megan did this entire thing basically on their own.
We had a lot of help from the other creators when it came to like ideas for the campaign and stuff, but logistics were mostly handled by us. And
It hurts. Okay, so that clip comes from Sellsword Arts and their response to Duke's video. Obviously, like, chronologically or whatever. That video comes later in the timeline, but I'm gonna be using it now to give some context to the crazy stuff Duke says in this video. So remember, again, in his conclusion, he says that they are pathetic, they are self-serving, they're exploiting the community, all that. So, what is the first piece of evidence to showcase how dastardly the people behind Min-Max are? Well, okay, here we go.
So this first slide is their layout, $100,000, and there is 52% dead space on.
No, yeah, because I will say this, like, the first thing I saw, this was very nitpicky. It's like, oh, I don't like the set. You can't see the creators that much. And, like, if you're watching on mobile, yeah, I guess it would suck. But, like, I don't know. Like, I saw the episode. It seems perfectly fine on the computer monitor, which is probably what they were more so going for, you know?
On your screen if you're watching this video. There's 80% of dead space without the VTT on screen. You don't believe me? Here it is.
The camera is too zoomed out for your taste? Seriously? And I want to make it clear, this isn't like a little thing. He goes on about the camera and the set for like a while.
No, yeah, he absolutely does. Let's go to chapter 5. Let's go to chapter 5. Let's see how that goes. This is the part I'm interested in because I don't want to end up regurgitating a bunch of stuff. We will look at his comment crash out and an obligation. Okay. So like basically we're gonna watch the rest of the video here. I would recommend watching Crispy's overview of the content if you don't want to watch the original video or Min-Max's response.
My experience with Duke is genuinely that he is a nice guy. When I brought him on my podcast in those 2 episodes, he was friendly and cordial, and I enjoyed my time working with him. Though there were some things that made me raise my eyebrows. Like, for example, on the 2nd episode of my podcast, he promoted an event that, I didn't have a problem with the event necessarily, but I did have beef with the venue. The event that he was promoting was called The Convergence, held at Evermore Park.
I went to this thing called the Convergence. Probably heard a lot
at Evermore Park, baby. Is that?
I have no idea what the context is behind this.
Where it is?
Yeah. So went to the Convergence. I was one of the DMs there. This was an event hosted by Quincy's Tavern. We were at Evermore Park in Utah, where a bunch of fans got to come and play D&D with their favorite D&D creators. It was so much fun.
Wow, Evermore Park. Duke connecting himself to failed businesses is not a new phenomenon.
Oh, okay. So like it's a failed dice D&D company? Is that it? I'm sorry, I have no context of what this is.
None, apparently, but the Convergence, if you watch Duke's original video, the name Convergence might be familiar. You see, while he said a bunch of really nice things about the Convergence in my video, in his video about Min-Max, he, for some reason, references it as like this horrible thing.
The Convergence? Yeah, that event that was hosted back in 2022 by some of the most biggest TikTok creators back then in the D&D space. Some that are very like, oh, we're wholesome and we love you guys. You really want to know what they said about you guys behind the scenes? You really want to know how they viewed you?
Were you promoting a suspicious event on my podcast, Duke? You putting that on my name?
Well, I can see why you would be upset about that. Well, if we're going by what I'm suspecting happened is obviously at that point he's still trying to be in the good graces of the D&D content creator space. He's trying to still be in their good graces. Obviously, since he's made that video calling out Min-Max, he clearly does not give a single fuck about the D&D space anymore. So it's I think it's safe to say that like he just wants to go scorched earth on everything, which I would not advise to do. I think that's a pretty poor decision on his part.
I appreciate that, man. But besides that one thing, he also had a habit of being really bitter about his lack of opportunities in the D&D space. This was a big thing during his post where he's walking away from the D&D community. He specifically cites other creators being invited to events and getting free products as a reason why he wants to walk away, because he never gets any of those things, which is hilarious because Wizard of the Coast sends me free D&D books. D&D books I haven't even talked about once. I don't know, maybe I'm like their tsundere or something. Who knows why Duke didn't get them, but it was something that really, really annoyed him. And it was something that rubbed me the wrong way because, I don't know, man. Being that jealous of your fellow content creators.
Also, too, like, if you were... I hate to say this, but like if you are genuine about like your passion with the franchise and stuff, wouldn't you get that regardless? Wouldn't you get like the new book, the new edition, the new set, the new dice, all that stuff? Wouldn't you get that regardless of if that was being sent to you? Because like again, if you're a hobbyist, if you really enjoy D&D and if you make content on D&D, shouldn't you just get the products regardless if they're being sent to you or not?
It just comes off as, for lack of a better word.
I mean, like, I get, like, oh, so-and-so got this thing for free. Like, I get, like, being a little bummed out about that. I think that's human. But, like, that being a main source as to why you would want to leave, I think it's ridiculous.
Cringe. But all these little problems are not the reason I stepped away from working with Duke. I stepped away from working with Duke because of a show called Tabletop News. Now, I have no evidence that this happened. I don't have any recordings. I have nothing. I tried to find the archive of him saying this, and I just could not dig it up. Now, based on my standards of evidence, you shouldn't listen to what I have to say here. All I have is my testimony, but I hope that my past work has given me some credibility in this space, and I hope that you guys will listen to what I have to say here. So,
at least he's like bracing it by like, hey, this is just my word, take it or leave it. It's not really standard of evidence. At least he's being honest about that.
Michelle,
I assume. By the way, I'm not sorry, Crispy. I'm not trying to misgender you. You know, it'd be really easy right now because let me just look at their channel real quick on my phone, Chris, because their pronouns should be in the description. Fuck. Sure, they're not one of those creators that do that. Okay, I'm just gonna keep saying he if it's or they. If I'm misgendering, it's not on purpose, I swear.
Michelle Young Bradley is also a person I had on my podcast, and she ran a Kickstarter for a tabletop news show called Tabletop News, where she would talk about tabletop news. I know this is really groundbreaking stuff, but the Kickstarter was pretty successful. It raised $120,000, and Michelle and her co-host went on to fully put the show out there on the internet. They interviewed people from Critical Role, Dimension 20, Dropout TV in general were pitching in cast members. They also had the Baldur's Gate 3 cast on their show, and they were tuned in to
oh, that's cool.
every little piece of news that happened in the tabletop space. It was high production and really well done, but unfortunately, that kind of thing, it's not cheap. And after about a year of running the show, from April to December, Michelle had to pull the plug and announce that she was canceling tabletop news to the back.
Yeah, I mean, unless you go like a more general broad sense, like you don't just include D&D, you include stuff like Warhammer 40K, for example, which they might have done because it's called tabletop news, it's not called D&D news. But like still, tabletop as a hobby is very niche to begin with. So yeah, I can see why you would have to pull the plug if you're like going like for like big production value.
Backers. She tried to get more sponsors, but it just didn't work out. The viewership just wasn't there. And yeah, that sucks. However, Duke looked at the situation, he went onto his channel and claimed that Michelle Young Bradley was screwing over her audience, that she was running.
Oh, he's done this before. Lovely.
Away from them, that they were being left with nothing. And again, I have no evidence of this, but does that seem familiar to you? Yeah, what he did to Min-Max is not the first time it happened. He did it to Michelle too for no damn reason. Like, I understand the frustration that this show was canceled, but it's not like she was running away with the money, asshole. All right, she spent the money. The money was spent, it's used up. Like, do you know how this works? She couldn't get funding for the show. What do you want her to do? Bankrupt herself to keep this thing going? It rubbed me the wrong way. And I understood at the time that it's frustrating when a project like this falls through. So I didn't like publicly call Duke out, but I don't know, I didn't want to have him on my show anymore. However, even with all those problems, I thought I owed it to Duke when this Min-Max thing broke. When he published this video, I watched it within hours, and I immediately concluded, yeah, this video is just bad. It was a bad idea, and you shouldn't have made it. I understand some of your frustrations with the production value, but it was a bad video, and you should probably issue an apology before it's too late. So I sent him a DM over Discord. I thought I owed it to him to not take this public. I wanted to keep it between us. I gave him essentially the spark notes of this video, talked about how the tone was mismatched, how he didn't have a lot of evidence, how much of his evidence was speculation. And Duke responded with this. I appreciate
Oh boy, here we go.
your feedback, I truly do. I do want to say that this wasn't something that was rushed though. I worked on this for 6 hours yesterday researching and getting this prepared. 2 more hours today too. The way it looks is because I did it on stream, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get my points across like I would have liked to. Does it seem like I made the same mistakes that they did with rushing because that works best for me on how I deliver things? Yeah, it does. And I have been owning to that in my comments and by editing the video. I don't know where most of my stuff is speculation. What I provided is evidence of things there.
All right.
Personally said in videos and in comments. Again, I really do appreciate your worry, criticism, and warnings. Worry? Dude, I don't care about you. I wasn't worried. I'm just telling you what it is. I'm telling you made a bad video. It's not worry. It's just a fact. But I responded to that, in my opinion, accordingly. Because Duke thinks he's deflecting my criticism by saying that he did a single afternoon of research for this video. Hey, Duke, I can tell. We all can tell. Duke, period. 8 hours of research is nothing, period. The fact that you think a single afternoon of research is worthy of a full expose is not countering anything that I said. In addition, because of how poorly you handled this initial video, your viewers, and more importantly the viewers of Min-Max, have no reason to believe you. Who will trust you did your due diligence this time? How have you verified your sources? My 2026 has been good to me. It's been good to me because viewers appreciate due diligence and proper journalism. I hope you understand that before putting out your next video. For context, Duke was telling me he had a bunch of behind-the-scenes sources spilling the tea on Min-Max and exposing
Fuck, he wants to be the D&D drama channel so bad.
how irresponsibly they are handling
I don't like drama, guys. Does
this money, that it makes them look horrible. And I told him, dude, it's not gonna matter. You can have all the sources in the world, but if you screw up the first time, people aren't going to believe you the second time. Again, Duke didn't appreciate any of this. I'm sorry that you feel that way. Duke, genuinely, you can go fuck. I unfortunately will have to step away from communication for a bit. Because this is the exact kind of experience
Oh my god, dude. You give like the mildest pushback on this guy. He's like, I am ending our communications.
would face, and the reason I've been scared to speak out for 6 years. I'm sorry the way I premiered my information wasn't to your standards. Now you would have liked my content to be presented as. I am still open to your criticism and feedback and will take your words. He then immediately blocked me.
That's so gay. That's so fucking gay.
He immediately blocked me. He said, I will accept your criticism, and then without hesitation blocked me within the same second. Congratulations, Duke. After 6 years of making the same 5 horny bar jokes over and over and over again, you finally did it. You finally made me laugh.
God damn.
Okay. I warned him. I told him what would happen. I told him that nobody would trust him. I told him this would blow up in his face, and look what happened. I was right. What a burden being right all the time. Even the second he published his video, when it was just with his subscribers, there were a lot of people who were pointing out that this video seemed just like woefully misplaced. The gall it takes to call out random internet people for not doing research when you, an experienced creator, didn't do proper research. Just, wow, only adding to the bad faith interpretation of this garbage you call a video. You gonna cry some more? Yeah, I will cry some more. Dude, what are you doing? This video does not make you out to be a nice guy, rather a petty, whiny, and miserable man, hamming up his emotions in order to garner increased engagement and thus money. Pretty poor showing, dude. Pretty disappointing. As a Christian who's still practicing in it, Jesus also called out people when they needed to be called out.
Oh my God. Jesus is on my side.
Are you comparing min-max to the Pharisees and yourself to Jesus there, Duke?
Oh my God, that is fucking narcissistic as fuck. Holy shit. Okay, I'm taking screenshots as I go.
Absolutely hilarious crash out, but you do you. Man, you know, as a fellow religious person, I'm not gonna argue with the big man upstairs, but Duke, I really don't think you need to drag him into this one, all right? Yeah, this comment crash out only got worse when MinMax put out their response video. Duke immediately deleted the entire comment section, scrubbed that.
Oh my God. Okay. That's what he was talking about. He
dry. But he changed his mind a little bit later. He would return the comment section, but this time the comments were all disabled. You can no longer comment anything new on the video, but
that's okay.
When people told him that was, you know, a pussy move, he decided to then reopen the comment section yet again, which, you know, I gotta respect being able to take a sock in the face like that because, whew, people were brutal. However, it does seem he opened this comment section for more than one reason. One, humiliation fetish, but the real reason, I think this is the bigger reason. One, he wanted to respond to one specific claim in their video, and two, he wanted to give an update for how he is handling communication with MinMax. Okay, so the first big update is that MinMax claimed in their video that Duke had actually reached out to them previously for a collaboration. It's just that Duke ghosted them when they said yes, which seems like a really weird thing, especially since it establishes that Duke had communication with these guys.
This because we want you to watch it. We want you to feel comfortable. And to this person, I want to ask, why didn't you reach out to us? Because we actually have had communication with this person before. They reached out to us and asked if we would collaborate with them months ago, and we said yes. We went back and forth and they kind of didn't respond and we let it go. In fact, he also has contacted Blumenek before in a Discord. He has ways that he could have reached out to us. We didn't hear anything. We didn't hear anything until it was this video basically attacking everything that we tried to do.
Now, in his pinned comment, Duke claims that the reason he ghosted them, there's a reason, is because he had a talent manager. It's the talent manager's fault. Duke, I'm here to call you a freaking liar. This is the email provided to me directly from Sellsword Arts. Hello, Sellsword Arts. My name is Duke, and I own the social media channel One Shot Questers. To jump right in, I'm creating a series on my YouTube channel called Jack of All Trades, where my bard character journey to learn new chapters, techniques, and trading, so that he can be the first real-life bard who's actually a jack of all trades. One of the main skills a bard needs to learn is fighting. My subscribers inform me that you are based in Dallas, while I live in Fort Worth. He signs it off as Duke. Now, you're probably thinking, well, maybe it's just the talent manager impersonating Duke. Dude, say that out loud again and realize how insane that is. No talent manager does this. I know this because unlike Duke, I still have my talent manager. He does not impersonate me. He identifies himself as himself.
And that he's a representative of you.
And says, I work with Crispy's Tavern. Duke, while I can't confirm that you wrote this email, it sure looks like it given that you said that it's you. My God. Why would he lie about this? But it actually gets more wild because down the line in this pinned comment, Duke explains that he sent an email to MinMax and they haven't yet responded to him even after 6 hours. I don't know what the hell he's trying to say with that, but what's in this email he sent to MinMax? It's his job application.
Oh, fuck.
Well, I know in his fucking comments, he was like, oh, I can work with them to make the production better. I'm putting this out there. If any of you would like to see what I'm offering for helping to produce MinMax, here is a link detailing my ideas. Link below is yet another PowerPoint presentation. This guy's got one move and he's gonna use it, damn it. But yeah, this PowerPoint presentation has Duke's ideas for improving min-max. They are all the most just generalist, Gary V-ass, useless advice for making the show better. Like, base it off Viva La Dirt, base it off Dimension 20. He volunteers some ridiculous things in the slideshow though. Like, he volunteers that they should use his studio instead of the studio that, you know, they specially built for the show. Duke, they don't want to use your studio. They want to use their own. It looks better, to say the
And they paid for their own studio.
least. But
It
even
would
more
be a slap in the face to the fans if they didn't use it.
crazy than that, he says there's 2 bedrooms in his house that the min-max crew can sleep in. Bro, you want them to sleep in your place after you borderline slandered them? Interesting move, bro. Let's see how it goes. Next up, he talks about the shooting schedule for min-max. He wants to shoot the entire show, the entire D&D campaign. He wants to block shoot it all in one day, a 12 to 14-hour filming session. Bro, I want to die after 3-hour filming sessions. 12 to 14 sounds exhausting, but worse than that, all of the martial arts choreography stuff, he also wants to do all the choreography in one day.
Because that makes sense.
And then all the shooting directly the next day. Again, sounds like an absolute nightmare. Blocking it all out and doing all the shooting for 3 continuous non-stop days of filming. Ugh, especially since martial arts are athletically draining. This is just a presentation that shows once again that Duke doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. This guy's driving me nuts. The last point is...
Yeah, holy shit. No, yeah. Oh, hang on. Maybe this is a good point.
Duke's saying straight up what he would do if he was in complete control of...
In complete control. So he doesn't even want to just work with it. He wants to take over their project? What?
Min-maxed. What I would do right now if asked to help with min-maxed. 1. Stop all production on already filmed season 1 and start over. Yes, that's a lot to ask, and yes, it would suck. We would learn from what went well and what didn't work.
Oh my god, this guy's a loser.
What problems we face and put all that info and energy into starting over season 1. 2. Make your planned season 2 schedule be the new season 1. Hit the ground running. Also, if fans want to see the original season, then it could be a good incentive to post on a Patreon for free direct... You want to be a Patreon? He went on such a...
Dude, oh, he's like, and because, you know, I gave that idea. The Patreon money should go to me. That's probably what he's thinking.
A long rant about how they're wasting money.
Oh my fucking god, this guy's Jesus Christ. All right, you know what? Duke, I think it's safe to say you're a fucking loser. Holy shit, man. Honestly, I did not expect that. Fucking hell. Oh, dude, dude, I love this drama. This D&D drama. Chef's fucking kiss. We got this unhinged fucking loser trying to overtake this project because he's a failed D&D tuber. He's failed. But guys, that is the end of the live stream. Thank you for joining me on this episode. Thank you. Special thanks to Samuel for coming on for the first hour for an interview. Before we go, we gotta thank all the lovely members of this channel. We gotta thank Pigeon Salad for being a Super Nerd 3, going further beyond with his support for the $10 tier. Then we have everyone else to thank, who is a Super Nerd 1, which again, you can join for just $1. We have Weird Collar Guy, Beryl, Cool Anime Girls, Wookie Z, Kickin' the Swede, Lady Nerd Artist, K-Huck, Daniel, and Manic. Thank you to everyone who's supported the channel. And remember, don't be freaky, be nerdy.